we're going to have the Pledge of Allegiance. I'm going to ask Ms. Nguyen if she'll handle the Pledge of Allegiance for us. Maybe.
Yes. Will everyone stand, please?
A roll call by Mrs. Perez.
Member Prophet. Present. Member Arias.
Present.
Member Baja.
Present.
Member Batchelor.
Here.
Member Callan.
Here.
Member Syra. Member Grimer.
Here.
Member Hartage.
Here.
Member Jackson. Here. Member O'Neill.
Here.
Member De La Portilla.
Here.
Member Riley. Member Staccato.
Here.
Member Weinsberg.
Thank you.
Member Nguyen.
Yeah, thank you. I'm here.
Madam Clerk, do we have a quorum?
Yes, you do.
Thank you. The meeting is now underway. Generally, our agenda starts with brief comments from the chair and vice chair. Vice Chair Shower is not here at the moment, but I'll have just a few brief comments. They're really all about the agenda. Our agendas are set well in advance, but we have a loaded agenda today, so I'm going to do my best to kind of streamline it just a little bit. Under discussion, item number 7A, I'm going to ask that to be moved up to number 6C, and that's dispensing with the board member, with the committee member who is no longer able to serve. And then, unless there is a member with special interest in item C, which is term limits for commissioners, then I'm going to quickly dispense with that when I get to that area, because, and then we'll go directly to items number 2 and number 3. The reason for that is that our earlier meetings, I think one of our board members had a question about term limits, and every board, but that was in one of our very first meetings, maybe our first or second meeting, but it hasn't come up since. So if that comes up, the member that had a particular interest in that will immediately be given time to discuss it. Otherwise, we'll dispense with it and go straight to items number 2 and number 3. Any questions? Thank you. We have two who I've known for many, many, many years, and so I'm looking forward to both of your presentations. We will have questions after each guest has had a chance to speak, and generally the presentation will be 5 minutes, but you're a distinguished guest, so if you need more time, just say I need more, and we're prepared to make it happen. First, we'll have our Commissioner Maribel. Will you please come forward? Let's give her a hand. We're glad to be in your district.
Thank you, everyone. Good evening to all the commissioners here in CRC, and welcome and good evening to all the residents, if they are here, and the staff, and everyone here. Thank you so much. So I have to say that welcome to my district. I'm very honored to have you here. Well, we bring some refreshments and we put some kisses there, and so just to give you a welcome, because I know CRC, take a lot of your time, family time, personal time, and you're still here to serve the community, to serve Orange County, and I want to say that I appreciate that. I know most of you, but some of you I don't, but still, I'm Maribel Gomez Cordero, the Commissioner District, and I'm just here to serve. Anything you need, I'm here. So what I'm going to say, well, all the things that I do here in this district, well, I'm the vice mayor now this year, so for you all to know. Yeah, and I say it because every time I just forget, and then I go back and said, you have to say it. I said, why? Because you are. I said, okay. But anyway, I'm simple Maribel. It's fine. So I love my district. I love Orange County. I love serving the people. Everybody that know me, I'm very passionate with what I do, and I love what I do. I really do. I know you think this is a part-time job, but it's not. Okay, I am a mental health professional, and I'm now, working on finishing my doctorate degree as well. And I don't have, no time free to do anything but to serve the community and then study. Serve the community and study the agenda. You know that big book there?
Right.
Well, we take some few hours. This is Philip, my assistant, and we take a lot of hours to discuss that and to see, what is going on and what we have to vote for. So saying that, doing in my, this is my 5th year as a commissioner, and since day one I have been, there and accessible for the community. That's one of the promise that I can control, that I said when I was running, that I wanted to be accessible to that. So that's happening. Before redistricting, I had 4 community centers, which Middlewood being one of it, and the East Community Center, Taft Community Center, and the Renison Senior Center, and this one. And the 4 of them was always full. Every Wednesday from 10 to 12 in the morning, and I said 12, but it would be 1, I would still be there, because I wanted to be there for the people. I don't want the people to, have an excuse to go and visit me and meet with me. So I said, I'm going to go to you. So I open every Wednesday. I was, meeting with the community. I'm still, but now in 2 centers, because after the redistricting, I lost 2. So, and I meet with them. I have to tell you that they come is easier, because if they go to the county, what they have to do, they have to look for parking, they have to pay for parking, for gas, they have to go into the security, then go to the 5th floor, then fill an application, and then see me. And that's a lot of work, right? So I prefer to come to them. So there's a lot of things done also here in the field. So I have that. That's an initiative from my office. Another initiative is a small business. I'm very pro small business. And every other month I have like a networking, but it's not a networking thing like we exchange our business card and that's it. No, I bring somebody from the county or the city to provide information how these business can become vendors in the county and in the city. So it has happened, a good success of stories that we have there. So I'm happy for that. And let me see. I also do food drives, and if everybody knows me, I'm always out there. And every other month, I do food drive. I have to divide my district, because if you know, my district is very big. It's very large. There's a lot of needs there, so I have to divide it in 4. It's very, very expensive right now, and there's a lot of needs there. I also do back to schools. This year, I have 5 back to school, because I divided the district. So nobody, say, oh, you go every time to Middlewood. Well, no. I divided the district, and I'm going to do 5 this year, because I'm going to do another one in a church, because the need is there. And, and I have to say all of you, I'm not going to say all of you, but all of you also, help. I have to say help me, but help us, the commissioners to, donate and be sponsored. And I have to say thank you for that as well. So I do that. I do back to schools, food drives, initiative with the small business owners in Lake Nona and everywhere. And I do 3 Kings Day. I do turkeys on Thanksgiving. I do El Parrandón in December. You know what the Parrandón is? Okay. Well, Puerto Rican, Hispanic, Puerto Rican, we have all these instruments, right? And then we sing songs, Christmas songs and carols and so on to the people. And I am very pro with the seniors, so I always try to give these parrandón to the seniors. So they have fun, and then we have some, raffles, and it's fun. Okay. Also, I do dominoes tournament and bingos. So very active out there. We have to give back. We have to be there for our people, for the seniors, for the kids. Right now, as commissioner, I am in partnership with Cynthia, who built Yourself Care, and I know actually you will love this. But we developed this program. It's a 501c3 during COVID, the pandemic. Our middle schoolers and high schoolers were depressed, sad, lonely, so we had to bring up this program. And we have been, developing, but more than anything, the kids themselves has developed themselves as artists, they singers, they like music. So it's amazing. And, due to mental health, issues that we're going through right now, we need to always be there for them. If you see a youth or somebody that, you see him lonely or whatever, try to get into, to him. Get close to them. Ask them, how you doing? What are you doing? Because what happened is that they are in video games and doing all of this, but it's not enough. And there's a lot of things going on in the homes, right, that we don't know. Behind those doors, a lot of things. But that's when our youth and so are suffering, and that's why when we come in and help. So those are some of the things that I wanted you to know that I do.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Any questions from the board?
If you have any question,
Yes.
Figure this out. Is it on? Okay.
You are.
But I just want to make an observation. And Lee, former House member, senator, et cetera, can relate to this. This speaks to the importance of single-member districts, right? When I was in the legislature, we had the whole county. We had 6 legislators, but you had to campaign countywide. And hearing you remind us tonight of how large your district is from here to Taft, Avalon and Taft. But the other observation I'm making, you're really encouraging to me is how grassroots you are, how really close you are to the needs of your constituents and how you respond to them. So congratulations. It's quite impressive work that you do.
thank you. And also I'm very active in the faith community, the base. So you will know that that's another one that, I'm trying to bring it into the needs of the community, and they could help as well. So I'm developing some projects later. I will let you know, so they can also chip in and help, because we have these is homeless, we have housing problems, and we need everyone to chip in because the government cannot do it all.
Congratulations to you.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
Dave.
Member Prophet? Padero? They're sharing a mic.
Okay.
Yesterday we had an expansion meeting for commissioners, and it came out that we should speak to the commissioners and to save a meeting for you and a drive. What's your feeling about the expansion of the county commission to include 1 or 2 more additional commissioners?
So I have to say that it would be great, and I'm going to tell you why. We are growing, and we are growing very fast. And if we follow the Vision 2050, Vision 2030, whatever, it says that sooner or later, we're going to have more than 400,000 more people coming in, right? Right now, based on the distribution of the district, we are almost, if we put it that way, almost 250,000 residents per district. And if those continue coming, because we hear and we read the news, and it says that every week, how many families are moving in? A lot, right? So what I said is, and this is a joke, but that's what I always say, that they come out from the airport and they stand right there and they look that way. That's where we're gonna live, and that's like so everybody goes to the east side. But just saying, District 4 is growing. We have a lot of development projects, things, but people are moving in there. It's amazing, and I know, 2 of the most, growing district is District 1 and District 4, and I think you all know that. And that will help. You know why? Because I want to serve, and I want to serve good. But I'm telling you, 250,000 people is heavy. It's heavy, and when you want to do a lot of things, and like Nick said, we have mental health issues going on. We have projects going on, the sidewalk, the streets, the road, the bumps, everything. It's everything, the signal light. And that's a lot of work. It's a lot of work, and we want to be effective, but we continue growing. It won't be. It won't be. We need to grow with the growth. You see what I'm saying? So I think it would be effective to provide good service or better service to the community. You're welcome. You're welcome. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Patillo.
Yes, Commissioner, good to see you. I can say that you are probably.
Now. Now.
Okay. I can, I have followed your career since you first got elected, and you are one of the hardest working elected officials that I have ever met. And I want to, applaud what you do, especially during the pandemic. Week in and week out, you were out there in the community, putting yourself at risk. But this is before the vaccinations. But thank you for what you've done. Regarding, as a follow-up to Member Staccardo, not only is your district one of the fastest growing districts in Central Florida, but also the majority of your residents live in unincorporated Orange. You don't have cities within your district. Do you know how many of those 250,000 are actually Orange County residents only?
Yeah, in my district, that is city is only Lake Nona.
Okay.
That Commissioner Jim Gray is the commissioner there. And I could tell you, I mean, it's like, what, Philip, we would say? Like 86% of the...
Okay. So during the recent transportation tax initiative, what was the estimated number of amount of road projects needed in your district over the next, to support the growth that you're seeing?
Oh, a lot, a lot. I have to say that I was one of the highest when the providers, the rental and transportation provided us the report of how many, how many it was going to be spent per district. I was almost hitting the $1 billion
Okay.
in the next 20 years. So it was a lot of roads, a lot of infrastructure.
$1 billion only in your district?
Only in my district.
Okay.
It's almost hitting that. It was 900 and something
Okay.
millions.
Well, thank you, Commissioner.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Member Nguyen.
Good afternoon.
Commissioner. Oh, there it is. Thank you so much for all that you do. You're a Wonder Woman. and more. I would like to ask you, you think that there should be additional commissioners? How many? And where would they be housed?
Well, when I was in CRC in 2014, I was 2016, I was part of CRC, and those things came up. Mm-hmm. And the estimate, there was a study that was provided on the estimate, remember, came up, and it was some money to put. It was two extra districts in that time, the 2014, 2016. Where we're going to put it, well, I don't know. It's true, because the building that we are is pretty full. I guess they will, if that's the case and it comes up, they will have to do some arrangement in the whole building. That's one thing. The other thing, I think it will be good, not one district, but two, okay? 2 districts. And with the mayor would be 9 votes, okay, in order to be uneven or to be okay. So I think 2 more districts is good. It would be, it's needed. But that's for now. I said in the beginning that there's a lot of people moving in to Central Florida, to Orange County. So we have to look into the numbers and see if we're going to do a change, let's do it all together. And if it's 2 or it's 3, whatever it is, let's do it in once, so that way we could get prepared for the future instead of then going back and getting
Would
back
you
again.
have a referendum to raise, because I understand that it would probably be $1 billion+ to move and to get a new building with the land, the architect, everything. Mm-hmm. So how would you get that money to build that or to do a new structure?
Well, if you know, we have to go and do another, you know, get another building and build it, which I'm going to say, I'm sorry, I'm very humble, but I have to say that our building is old.
It is
old. And then, you know, when you see, oh, what's the county building? That one there. And where's the city? Oh, that one over there. You think like, oh man, why, you know, the building is old. Let's put it that way. I mean, we there, I mean, thank God we have that building, but still it's old. If we have to, you know, let's see that we have to add it, I mean, to go and build a building, that will take a lot of time.
It would.
So that means if it goes to, you know, some extra district and so, we have to work, if it goes through and it passed through, we have to make a you know, a decision or what, you know, what is going to happen soon. We cannot wait until that building is whatever. I don't know, the county has land, but I don't know if, you know, I haven't gone there. Let me put it that way. I haven't gone that far to see, you know, what it is. But I would like to see the county with a building with a lot of floors and very nice and all these, you know, windows. And so I don't know you, but I would like to see that. But that costs money, like we said, right? And where are we going to get the money? Well, I don't know. I don't know. So, but
My last question would be, where are the two districts going to be? I mean, what part of Orange County would you think the district should be?
Well, you know, I think this is a good question, but this is a suggestion. Please don't. But maybe if we go back to the commissioners and we sit down, maybe we can get a solution on that division where we can go. I mean, you all can do it, but I'm just saying, if, you know, we know where the need is, we know, you know, where we should divide, and, you know, so I think if we get to the, you know, to the BCC, we can maybe make that decision and put in an equal good, you know, representative there, out there.
Thank you, Commissioner, for all that you did.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Member Grimmer.
Thank you, Chair. Hi, Commissioner.
Hi.
I just want to echo everyone else's. Oh, I was gone. No, I'm gone. I'm back. Okay. I just want to echo everyone else's comments about the thank you for all you do, and you know, thank you for your faith in me and appointing me to this commission. It's been one of the great honors of my life, and I really appreciate that. And I really appreciate all you do, you know, for the residents of Orange County and the residents of District 4. There's no one who cares more about their constituents than you. So I just want to thank you for that. You know, I also want to echo the comments you made, and also the others have made up here as well, about, you know, the need for additional commission districts. You know, when someone who is as hands-on with their constituents as Commissioner Gomez Cordero is, I can see why she would like a little help in breaking up, you know, and dividing some of that work, because she is really available to everyone in her district at any time, and she likes to handle things personally. So I know how much you do, and I know how you know how much it would help for you and all the members of the commission to have additional districts. And just to some of the questions raised about, you know, where we're going to put these two commissioners, and, you know, what's it going to cost and those things. I know this has been an issue that's been going back through several CRCs, and it seems like every time the same questions get raised. And as one of the reasons why we shouldn't do this. And since those times, we continue to grow and grow as a community. And I think at some point, we have to deal with the realities of the growth of Orange County and recognize that we need to be proactive finally and take these steps and figure out a way to do this so that every member of Orange County can have, you know, good representation like Commissioner Gomez Cordero. So we've heard a lot of the same issues for many years, and we need to address them now. Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Member Callan.
Commissioner, you do such a fine job.
Oh, thank you.
And especially what you did in Avalon area last year with Eastwood. I know people really appreciated your willingness to step in a really controversial item, and you achieved a really good result for the community. And so I think people appreciated that. We'll look into the commission districts. We have a committee to look at the additional expansion of the districts. I had some preconceived notions. I told them, and then I'm wondering if I'm right or wrong. But we'll do an open, fair look at what it is, and what it is the population growth, versus the cost, the fiscal cost of doing that. And we're going to look at that and balance that and recommend something to the overall committee. And if you'd be willing, we may have to call you back and ask you some more questions in more detail if you'd be willing to.
Okay,
Thank you so much.
thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. We really
Thank you.
appreciate you coming. And
Thank
thanks
you.
for
Thank
accepting
you
my invitation.
to all of you for your time. Thank you.
And I want to also thank you for being so gracious to provide the snacks and water for us
Oh,
today.
yeah,
Thank
you
you
all
very
are
much.
special, so thank you.
Next, we have Seminole County District 3 Commissioner Lee Constantine. Let's give him a hand.
Well, good evening. I am usually, let me put this down. I am usually on that side of the podium, so this is unique. And I've seen many of you come before me and speak before, so it's good to see you all tonight. And Homer, yes, you and I have been friends for a long, long time, so it's wonderful to see you. I guess a little bit about my service might be helpful before we go into the discussion of, I guess, some things that you might want to ask me about Seminole County. But I started in local government. I was both a city commissioner and mayor of Altamont Springs, which, as you all know, is right on the border of Orange County. I was elected as a state representative, and unlike when Dick was in the legislature, we had single-member districts. And I represented and was proud to represent both Orange and Seminole County in the State House. First, I had a lot of Apopka, and then when they redistricted, I was able to get a lot of Maitland area. When I went to the Senate, I was the first Seminole County resident ever to represent Winter Park and Maitland, and I can tell you that that was quite an interesting thing when Winter Park's not used to a Seminole County person representing them, but the fact of the matter is I got more votes there than I did in some other parts of Seminole County, so I was very happy. But I represented Winter Park, Maitland, College Park, some parts of Eatonville, as well as Seminole County, a large portion of Seminole County when I was in the Senate for 10 years. Came back home, and as Bev will tell you, because she was one of the ones that started a petition drive to get me to run for the state county commission. I had no intention of running again, but as my mother said to me, she said, "Lee, you were born to be a public servant." So I've now been in the Senate, or in Seminole County for 11 years. Seminole County, so that, if you want to add it up, makes a grand total going into my 44th year of public service. And I counted them up, including primaries. I've had 24 elections that I've won every one of them, so I'm pretty proud of that, too. I must be doing something right. I don't know. Seminole County is a county of about 500,000. You're good neighbors in the north. We are in your region. We share, and I believe very strongly in regionalism. We're all in this together. And the Central Florida region is extremely important. So anything that happens bad for you hurts us, vice versa. Anything that happens to us hurts you also. So when we have good news, that's always a wonderful thing. We're 500,000. We have 5 district commissioners, but we are elected countywide. And people don't realize what that means is I have to get more votes and have more people voting for me than any of your districts in Orange County and the mayor of Orlando. So I'll receive something like 240,000 votes for me last time I ran. So, we have to run, it's almost the same size as my Senate district used to be, only it's just incorporated Seminole County. We, like I said, we have 5 members. I think today, because there has been so much discussion about it over the course of a number of years, that I think one thing that distinguishes us that has been in the newspaper quite a bit is our rural boundary. So I think I'll talk about that a little bit and kind of give you, because you all share borders with us on that. And I will tell you that Seminole County is a charter county. In 1988, when I was still a city commissioner, I was on the Charter Revision Commission, and we established home rule Charter County. In 1991, the Seminole County Board of County Commissioners voted an ordinance to establish a rural boundary. That rural boundary was about 1/3 of the county on the east side, primarily no cities involved, but on the borders of all the way Lake Jessup to the east, a little bit of Winter Springs in the corner, and Oviedo. So everything to the east of that, up to the border of Orange County, was in the rural boundary. In November, or in 2004, the citizens themselves started pushing, and again, I was in the Senate at the time, but started pushing the county commission to put on a referendum to solidify that rural boundary in our charter. So there was amendment to the charter in 2004. It was, by the way, during a general election. It was during a presidential year, and what it was is 75,000 acres, about 1/3 of the county, 75,000 acres in approximately the same areas that I talked to you about, which incorporate things like the Black Hammock, the Big Little Econ, the Geneva, Chiliota, and the Econ River that we border, up to the McCullough, which is the border of Orange County. All of that was in our rural boundary. The citizens during that presidential election of 2004 voted 56.5% to validate, to put in, amend our charter, to put the ordinance that we had done as a county commission in 1991 into the charter to ensure that there would be less development, less density, and in many cases 1 to 5, 1 unit per 5 acres, 1 unit per 10 acres in some places, and just neighborhood commercial in very limited spots. That 65.5% was, and that year, Seminole County for the president went Republican, but the charter beat everybody on the ballot. It was the highest vote getting in the ballot. And keep in mind a couple of things about Seminole County. It is one of the smallest counties geographically in the state, but it's the 3rd most densely populated county in the state. So we have a lot of people living in a very small amount of space, but we also feel the need. And I will tell you, I'll put a little plug in. You know, I don't believe in partisanship at the local government level. I strongly believe that I've been in partisanship in the legislature, and I've been in local government for 25 years. Local government is about quality of life for people. It has nothing to do with partisanship and all the nonsense that we have to deal with all the time in Tallahassee and Washington. And I'm very proud of the fact that in my years of office, I've lived by that this is about not partisanship, but about quality of life. There's enough partisanship in Tallahassee and Washington to go around. So we don't need to do it in local government. So when you deal with Seminole County at a 3rd most densely populated, and consider the fact that we have the Wekiva River and the Wekiva River Basin Protection that we share also with Orange County on the west side of Seminole. And then we share also the fact that all that area is protected. The other areas are protected. The rural boundary, it's actually very conducive to smart growth. You know, we have about half of our 500,000 live in unincorporated Seminole County, and half of them live in our 7 very diverse, very exciting cities. And the 2 cities, the largest city in the south, Altamont Springs, around 50,000. The largest city in the north, Sanford, about 50,000. The rest of them are cluttered along I-4, Lake Mary, Longwood, and who am I missing? No. Castleberry's a little bit to the east. Castleberry, Winter Springs, and especially Oviedo are further to the east. Oviedo and Winter Springs specifically are covered mostly by people from the UCF area. So we share that in common too, since it's on our boundary also. So that's a little bit about Seminole County, a little bit about the rural boundary. Again, I guarantee you that 56.5% would be 75% today if we voted on it. This has become sacrosanct in Seminole County, the protection of the rural boundary. And I think you've seen that we have gone to federal and state court and won every time to protect that. I'll also tell you, though, that it's important not just for the quality of life and keeping that rural distinction. People that will never see it in Altamont Springs or Sanford still love the idea that it's there, that it's protected, that it's safe, just like they do the same thing with Wekiva. It's important. And things like that, as I will talk to you about, I mean, that is the meaning of life. That's the quality of life. But on a practical side, let's be honest, it saves us millions of dollars in infrastructure, saves us millions of dollars in things that we don't have to do when you talk about urban sprawl. Urban sprawl is the biggest problem as far as infrastructure costs that we all have, Orange and Seminole County. So we're very proud that we took that stand. I also wanted to tell you, I saw that you had the Florida Association of Counties legislative priorities. If you want to ask me anything about that, I am president of the Florida Association of Counties. I'm very proud to serve in that role. But we had a very difficult year in the legislature. But I'll tell you, it was a lot worse worrying about what might happen than actually did happen. A lot less things happened at the very end than we thought could. And some of the things that happened, we had a lot of input in, such as the affordable housing. So we share a lot of the common needs: affordable housing, water protection, sustainable growth. And Homer, I'm willing to answer any questions you all might want to. I just want to tell you that being that I have represented Orange County before, it's wonderful to be here. I thought it was going to be at the courthouse, so when all of a sudden I looked at my schedule and I said, oh my God, it's in Meadow Woods. I got to tell you, I'm glad I was second, because I was still breathing heavy getting out here, driving a little bit faster than I like sometimes to get here on time, and I don't have to tell you the traffic, because we all share that too. But it's great to be here, and it is so nice to see so many wonderful friends. And as I said, I could get up here and talk for a long time, so I'm not going to. I'm just going to, I will tell you what does make me proud, though, when we're talking about this. The rural boundary has made so many people so positive about our natural resources and our environment in Seminole County. We just passed the other day a project called Seminole Forever, which I put forward. It was based upon Florida Forever, which I was also the sponsor of, which based upon Preservation 2000 that was there before. And I will just tell you that particular program in Seminole County is the first of its kind, because instead of sending our citizens to do a referendum to increase their taxes, to put money into conservation, we're embedding it into our general revenue. We are putting a dedicated funding source of 5% of our non-ad valorem general revenue, which will continue to grow, into a form. We're starting an art committee very similar to the art committee for Florida Forever, in which we will have 7 people that will establish the priorities, and it's the first of its kind. It's interesting that last year, I'm sorry, I was just going to finish. It's interesting, in last year, the 8 referendums that passed in the state, very close, because things that we're working with, 8 referendums. This, of course, was not a referendum. The 8 passed, and they all had something in them which included conservation and education, not just transportation. And for us, we are going to our 4th generation in our sales tax next year, And we have done a specific formula every single year on that referendum. 50% goes to the county for infrastructure, 25% goes to the cities for infrastructure, 25% goes to our schools for capital improvement. And not only do we put that on the agenda, or put that on the ballot, and it has passed every single time in what was a Republican county, what is now it's 33, 33, 33 now. So I don't know what we are, but it also, in every single case, we put out all the projects that one penny sales tax is going to pay for before it goes to the ballot, so citizens can see it. Sorry.
No,
spent a lot of time.
thank you. You're just great. First of all, I just want to thank you for your service, and also thank you for what you're doing with the Florida Association of Counties. You're chairman now, as I understand.
Yes, sir.
And if you have the liberty of staying around until we have the presentation from our legal staff, Mr. Voss, we'd appreciate it. If not, if we have further questions, we can
I'll
get back
eat a
to
little
them.
food and sit around and everything. But do you have any questions about the presentation that I
Yes,
have right now, sir?
there are several. Member Weinsberg?
Well, since my name was already invoked by the commissioner.
One of my mother's best friends.
I consider Lee to be my brother from another mother, tell you the truth. And yes, I did aggressively ask him to quit being a realtor and swimming in his pool every day and going on his jet ski and run for Seminole County Commissioner. And I will own up to that, because all the time I've known him, he's been a wonderful public servant. And actually, every time Lee's ever done anything, he's kept the natural environment of Florida in mind in every bill and everything that he's worked toward. But I want you to talk about, just a minute, all that you raised for Charity Challenge, because he started a Charity Challenge when he was just in his 20s, and tell him how you ended up.
Well, we had 35 years of Charity Challenge, which involved a lot of Orange County and Seminole County. We did a lot with the hospitality industry. We raised over $7.7 million in the course of time. It was all volunteer. No one that ever worked for my 501c3 ever got a dime, and you were one of my volunteers.
And he gave it all back to Orange and Seminole, and of course UCF, because he's working for a building with his name on it out there. But
no, that's part of giving back. We all look at all of you understand that. This is not, I'm not a politician. I'm a public servant. And I believe very strongly in that. And that includes what you give back to your community, not just what you sit on a dais and tell people what to do.
Thank you. Member O'Neill?
Thank you, Chair. Commissioner Constantine, it's great to see you.
Good to see you, Chuck.
On the rural boundary charter amendment that passed with 56%, the way it's worded is, it's not that you cannot ever develop in that rural boundary, but that it would take a supermajority. Is that correct?
It would take the commission to change the area, and it has to have specific reasons to change the boundary, the border. So if a city comes in and says, well, we want to develop on this side, they're going to have to make it prove that it's worthy. It's going to improve the county, and it's going to improve the growth and the development of the county, because we're growing just like you are. I mean, I don't have to tell you all that. So we have rejected. There has not been, since I have been there, a change in the rural boundary, except for there were 3 small lots that were on the border of Winter Springs that they wanted to annex, and they were for single-family lots, and so that was approved. But you all know that we have been fighting a couple of, or specifically one mega project that would be near the Econ. And there are others. Right now, I could talk to you about Yarborough Ranch. Yarborough Ranch is over 1,000 acres. It has come in with already agreed upon units that were given to them, development rights through the St. John's when the St. John's bought the other portion of their ranch back in the early 2000s, 2007, I think it was. So what we are right now doing is Yes, they have those developmental rights if they, the 300 units. We cannot argue that for over 1,000 acres. But we are right now petitioning Florida Forever and working with them on them buying that property because it's part of the wildlife corridor. We think that's a heck of a lot better to preserve that land, just like we're preserving the rest of the land in the rural boundary. We know that the first time a project is allowed in there that is a mixed-use project with high or higher density, that we will have very little argument when the next one comes down the road.
One other question, Mr. Chair. On your Seminole Forever program, that was passed by the Seminole County Board of County Commissioners, correct? And can a future board change that or do away with it?
Seminole, and this is something that I insisted upon when we did the program, the whole reason, and timing is everything in politics, the whole reason I was able to bring it up and get support was because citizens initiative wanted a referendum on placing on the ballot increased ad valorem taxes for a land conservation plan this past November. All the numbers said that it would pass. But we were also looking at next year doing a sales tax. And I don't have to tell you, you put two things on the ballot, both of them increasing taxes eventually, or one is continuation, you've got a problem. So I suggested an alternative. If conservation land is important, and it is, and it should be a valuable asset to the community, because remember, everybody says, oh, you're taking property off of the tax rolls. No, you're not. You are taking it off, but land around it becomes more valuable. So it's a gain. It's a net gain of dollars. I'll just give you an example. We bought Rolling Hills 5 years ago, embedded in a community. We asked that community to help pay for it. They paid about 15% of it for the sales and for the improvement, the remediation of the environment. Everybody said, okay, but you could have gotten 200 homes on there. Guess what? Those homes around it have increased 75%. 75% in valuation. We're not losing any tax dollars by saving conservation and park land. We are gaining it. We are gaining it. So when you ask me about that, the little provision that I asked to put in there is that nothing in the ordinance can be changed unless it's a supermajority. So 4 people of the 5 are going to have to vote to change it. So yes, they could, but it's going to be darn hard.
Thank you. Member Patella?
Yes, over here.
Oh.
Senator, always good to see you.
Good to see you, Angel. Angel calls me all the time about things in Seminole County, so I'd love this.
You've done outstanding work through your career, but probably one of the most notable accomplishments was your work on Sunrail, commuter rail, Central Florida commuter rail and Sunrail back in the 2008 and 2009 session. I know that when you were on CFX last year, you got involved with the Sunrail corridor. What is it? The Sunshine Corridor, right? The connectivity from the airport to the convention center. From a regional approach, how does that benefit Seminole County? That a bigger system.
Yeah. Well, thank you, Angel, for the good question. I mean, we're in this together. What helps Seminole County helps Orange County, and vice versa, as I said before, in Osceola County. We're attached to the hip. The bottom line of when you talk about the CSX and CFX, excuse me, they wanted to use our corridor, but they really wanted to bypass the biggest investment Orange County has, which is the convention center, and go directly to Disney and then go directly to Tampa. Now, as a private industry, a private business, I understand that would make a lot of sense to their bondholders, but it certainly doesn't make a lot of sense to us in Central Florida. So I was one of those that pushed very strongly that no, they needed to stop at along the International Drive, the convention center area. Well, that's all worked out with, you know, the dedication of land and everything else. So it's all going to work out, and I'm sure that Disney will find a place to get them to stop there too eventually, if I know Disney. But and then move on to Tampa. But you know, everybody always wants to talk about the ticket sales of Sunrail. No transportation, multimodal transportation, pays for itself, ever. It's commerce. And the fact of the matter is, you go up and down the border where it's Seminole County and the stations, and there is an affordable housing and a multifamily housing development in Sanford, in Lake Mary, in Longwood. Altamont Springs has it on the planning map. And it's going to happen here too. And it's going to be affordable housing. And what's more, what's just as important is every statistic that I've ever seen is that the workforce, especially the youth workforce, want to live in a place that has multimodal. They want to live in a place that has commuter rail. And so anybody that sits there and looks at me and says, Sunrail is a boondoggle and doesn't cost, let me tell you something. It has already benefited us with development. It benefits us with workers and younger generation that wants to stay here and work. And when we get the Sunshine Corridor to the airport, I think that will really complete the big picture. That's what it always had intended. That, and of course, you know, the weekends and you know, later in the evenings, which, by the way, when the counties and the city take it over, which will be in a couple of years, all those are on the, you know, up for reconsideration. But even right now, Universal has already said they're going to pay for it to go back and forth from international to the airport for a certain period of time. So, you know, that's just another regional community asset that is extremely important to our greater growth and the maturity of the community that I've lived in all my life.
Thank you. We have a couple more people in the queue. Of course, we thank Commissioner for his time and his generous allotment of time. But if we can restrict it to those two and then get to our public
I'll
hearing.
stay if you need to ask me about
Yes.
the legislature.
Yes, we're going to go to Member Staccato.
Commissioner Constantine, thank you very much for coming down all the way here. I hugely appreciate the talk about how the urban service line in your community has helped a lot. Too often, I'm going to speak to myself right now about we in the environmental action, we get beat up because we talk about preservation, but what people, and you just elegantly said it, it's not because necessarily just preservation of land, but it's better use of land. And you demonstrated multiple times that, you know, what you can do with urban design and urban density. In Orange County, we have the same problem along the Econ, and we have this development push on the east side right now. And we're trying to argue the same point, and I hope our commissioners are hearing what we're talking about today on this issue, on allowing more development, because it's destructive to the lifestyle of everyone in Charlotta and in Taintsville and all those other great little communities out there. And I just hugely appreciate, you know, I first talked to you back in '98 up in the tower on Florida Fair, and that's when I first met you, and like, this is a cool guy.
Well, let me tell you something that I think is important for people to understand. You know, everybody always talks about, well, we need space for people to live. There's no doubt, we do. But we've done an inventory, you know, and I'm one of the 1,000 Friends of Florida, which, you know, is there for the protection of Florida and sustainability of growth. And you know, they have put out growth with the University of Florida 2030, 2040, 2070. You know, if you count them up like we have, we've got enough space for the growth. Okay, and I'm talking about land already zoned and comp planned out. The problem is that it is cheaper to go out further for others, not for us. You know, Chuck's been a real estate developer. I'm a real estate, you know, consultant. I believe that what you do, you know, that you look out for the future. And the fact of the matter is that we can't pay for that infrastructure out there. The citizens don't deserve to have to pay for the infrastructure that we are going to have to pay. And the little known secret is that rooftops don't pay for themselves. They cost money. So the fact of the matter is, the more that you can put the growth where the infrastructure is, the better it is for all. I mean, I don't mind intense growth. I live in a city. I live in Altamont Springs. I don't mind intense growth in Altamont Springs because that's where the infrastructure is. That's where the roadways are. That's where the shops are. That's where the parks are. That's where the schools are. And so for me, you know, it makes no sense to take land and start putting in, you know, little cookie cutter developments because it's cheaper for somebody else to do that. And the citizens eventually have to pay for it.
Thank you. Member,
I have one more question, real quick.
yes, please.
This is an
And I'll be
issue-
brief. I'm sorry, Homer.
Very briefly, you're a county commissioner, you're a former state person too. The preemption issue that's been attacking us from Tallahassee, do you have any comments and thoughts how we can deal with preemption as a local
Well,
authority?
it is a scourge upon all governments right now. You know, if you're up in Tallahassee, the first thing they'll say and complain about is how Washington is telling them what to do and they don't like it. But they're more than happy to tell us what to do back
That's
at the
correct.
local level. You know, and I will tell you, the less experience the legislature has, two things have happened. Number one, it's become more and more of a pyramid. There's a few people at the top control everything, okay? I mean, even since I was there in 2010, I was part of the top of the pyramid. I will admit that, but our pyramid was a lot, you know, flatter. It's true. I mean, and I'll admit it, but the pyramid is like this now. It used to be like that a little bit, and that's the first thing. And the less experienced people that go up there, and we are getting more and more people that want to start at the state level because they think it's exciting, right? Well, local government is where the rubber meets the road. That's where all the work gets done. That's where I call them incubators. That's where the real incubators and new ideas happen. And just because one of the 400 cities and 67 counties come up with a good idea that's right for them, they think they ought to make a law. Okay? And that's what the case is. So the less experience, and I mean it, to my day, there's less people that were local government officials than when I was there that are now in the legislature. When I was there, there were less than when Dick was there. And you know, the more you have people with less experience, the more you have pyramid at the top, and those people are making all the decisions, the few. And I mean, it's less. It used to be 10 in the Senate, now it's 2. They used to call us 40 hot air balloons bumping into one another, you know, when you're in the Senate. Well, now it's just one, you know, tip of the spear and 2 or 3 talking to them, and the rest of them are just whatever they tell us to do. And in the House, it's even worse. It's even worse. So, yeah.
Okay, thank you. We have one more, and then some closing remarks by Mr. Batchelor. Member Fatma Hall? Member Hall? Hall was on. Okay. Member Callen, and then Member Batchelor, and then I have a closing comment.
I've been real impressed with your career, watching it from afar. I recently saw what you did, balancing interests between a developer and the neighborhood, and on an infill project. I read it. My client owned the property, is on a contract to sell. I was really impressed with that. I was very impressed with what you did with the Cabo Parkway, balancing the environmentalists to build the road. That was very impressive. You noted that you've been a county commissioner for 11 years, so I assume that's your 3rd term.
Yes, sir.
And one of the issues we're going to look at is term limits. Do you think serving a 3rd or maybe a 4th term has made you a more effective public servant?
You know, I know this is a touchy subject because you all have term limits and we don't. And the legislature also almost put term limits on, and we fought it at the county because it's a county decision. And that's what it should be, a county decision. In our county, and quite frankly, I'll give you a personal opinion. I think term limits are telling people, individual people, that they can't vote for somebody that they want to vote for. It has been disguised as a good government thing, and what it really is people not being allowed to vote for people, taking away their right to vote. And I'm not saying that everybody deserves to be reelected. They don't. And I've dealt with a lot of, people that I wish had never gotten elected. But the fact of the matter is, it's not my choice, it's the people's choice. And, I've already signed up to run for one more term. I only deal it one term at a time, but as long as I think I'm making a difference and want to continue to make the difference, then I'm going to run for office. And I will simply tell you that I think that, when you tell people that they can't run for re-election, you are essentially, number one, making them, for whatever number of years, they're not really looking out for the best interest. They're only looking out for what's next. And as far to me, and I look at the legislature, and I think, if you looked at the legislature when the term limits were put in 1992, less than 10% were staying over 8 years. Attrition. Less than 8%, less than 10% were staying over 8 years. You know who those 10% were? They were the real leaders. Today, there's no institutional knowledge in the legislature. Now, that's the legislature. Local government, I can't tell you, but I will tell you, if a county like, and we've got a lot of them, McCullough and Jefferson, and I could go on and on. We got a lot of counties that only have 16,000 people. You put term limits on them, and they won't be able to find quality people that will be able to serve. So that's one of the things that you've got to look at when you look into counties. In your situation, I think it's different. You are a large county. You are able to, find qualified people all the time. But as a rule, I'm against term limits.
Thank you. And our final comment will be from Member Batchelor.
She was going, I think my parents told me about you in grade school or something. So she's so young compared to the years you've got in. But let me just say this. The one thing that I found out about Lee way early on is he'll reach across the aisle. I mean, I'm a Democrat. Of course, he's a Republican, has been. But he was talking about gravitas. If it was insurance reform, environmental issues, he knows the issues, and he would work with you on issue to issue and set the partisanship aside. So congratulations on your 44 years in public service and all those capacities. But I hope you reserve the right to let me give you a call, because we do have some issues coming for us like preemption that I'd love to talk to you sometime one-on-one about, because you have so much experience at the local and the state level.
A quick thing to say about Dick Batchelor. Dick Batchelor was the first UCF graduate that got elected to the legislature.
That's correct.
And I was the second.
Yep.
And I'll never forget, I was student body president at UCF, and I was up in the president's office, President Milliken at the time. However, you remember him. Great
sure
man.
do.
President Milliken looks down and he says, "You see that guy running across there?" And he was waving up. That's Dick Batchelor. He's in the legislature. Dick was taking classes while he was still in the legislature. And I'll never forget that. And just to let you know how far we've come in UCF, when I first got elected to the legislature, a gentleman by the name of Bo Johnson was speaker, who went to jail, by the way.
Yeah.
And Bo Johnson was a big FSU fan. So the first day of the legislature, he said, "Okay, all you guys from Florida, get over here." And half the crowd of the Florida House moves over there. And he says, "You all aren't getting anything." And he says, "Okay, all you Seminoles, you get over here." Half the crowd went over there, and half the Gators went over there. He says, "Okay, now you all are getting something." And then he saw me standing in the middle of the thing, and he says, "Constantine, what the hell are you?" And I said, "I'm a knight." He said, "What the hell is that?" Well, we've changed all that here in Central Florida, haven't we, folks?
Absolutely.
And it's a lot of you have been, all of you have been a very important part of this, and I'm just thankful that I was given the chance to do this and to help you all, my adopted county, my second county. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Lee. Before you go, Lee, I just want to say that I have the honor of being one of the few non-elected people to the state legislature who's gotten a bill passed here as a citizen initiative. A good friend of mine was of course killed by her son, unfortunately, and we set out to get a bill passed to get parent abuse added to the domestic violence statutes. And it took us 4 years, but we got it through both the House and the Senate and signed by then Governor Scott, who, of course, was a Republican. And I'll just share with you a little bit of levity. When I couldn't get in meetings up there, I would just let them know that I knew Lee. And I think this Lee may have been just on the verge of getting out. I may have been still there, but his name still carried weight. And even today, parents have some kind of recourse for children, minor children under 16 who for whatever reason get out of control. So I thank you for your influence, and I thank you for your just letting me use your name occasionally.
Well,
thank you.
If it worked for a good cause, I'm
Yes.
glad you did. And Homer, I've always enjoyed working with you. We started as city commissioners.
That's correct.
And you know, whether it be Dottie or you or Bev or Dick or Chuck, all of you, Angel, you know, you've all been very special to me, and I thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much. Just a moment of courtesy to the board. Would you like a break now? Would you like to go directly into public comment? Consensus? I see one hand saying let's roll. I see two. I see three. We're going to continue. Now, today we will take a break. At the last meeting, we didn't take a break, and it got a little bit out of control. So we'll take a short break after the public comments, and then we'll finish the rest of the agenda. Now, I have 1, 2, 3, 4 cards. Are there any additional cards for anyone else that would like to speak who has not completed a card? It's our policy also, if as we are going through the public comments, if you desire to speak, you still can if you have not given us a card. You just have to speak to one of our staff here on the right and get a card and complete it, and then you're more than welcome to speak. And I'm going to do my very best to get all the names correct. I've already messed up the commissioner's name, so let's see if we can get going. Maria Bolton Johnbert, please give us your name, where you live, and the topic you'd like to address.
Good evening. Maria Bolton Jobert, 1377 Page Avenue, Orlando, Florida, 32806. Thank you for your time. I want to give a big shout out to my almost 6-year-old back there that's putting up with me in all these county meetings. Alex, can you wave? Woo! Okay, so I'll start the clock here. Thank you all for your time this evening. A few things, and I don't have a lot of time, but number one, wetland protection. Put it in the charter, class 1, 2, 3. I know that we're working on a wetlands protection ordinance right now on a county level. I would just love to see something in the charter protecting wetlands. As someone just previously mentioned, I think it was Commissioner Cordero, with the 400,000 more people moving to the county soon, they're going to have to go somewhere on protecting the rural boundary and protecting the wetlands and just figuring that out. So again, getting wetlands protection into the charter. 2, the initiative process for charter amendments and ordinances for citizens, just to make it easier to get things on the ballot. I think right now you have to collect a lot of petitions, or even just, I don't know, just making it easier, getting the media involved, educating people, some kind of civics lesson, just making it easier. 3, mass transit, hubs, allowing for different hubs in the county where it's needed for people to commute if there's not already a Lynx bus stop, or if they need to get to Sunrail. Up north in the DC area, you know, they have Kiss and Ride. We're starting to do some of that. We do have some hubs. I feel like we could do more in some of the suburban, more rural areas of the county. And also just having benches and seats and shelter for people. You guys, I'm 41. I'm starting to look my age, I know. And a kid will do that to you. But it's sad when you drive around the county and you have people, and sometimes they're older, sometimes they're disabled. They're sitting on flipped over shopping carts. They're getting rained on. They're dealing with 103 index heat. We are one of the richest counties. Sorry, he's not contagious. I swear it's not COVID. But we are one of the richer counties in the state of Florida. And we don't have bus stops with shelters and benches. And it's okay if an unhoused person is going to sleep there at night. I know we're putting $100 million towards mental health, and that's going to help the situation, but we need to take care of our people. We can afford to do something, maybe a partnership with Lynx. Let's get some real bus stops. If any of you have ever had the privilege of going to Europe or going to a big city in the United States, we are behind on the times. We got to do something. Let's figure it out. I would pay a tax for that, but not for putting more roads through forest like Split Oak. That I am not for. Protect the rural boundary. I cannot stress that enough. We got to do some smart growth. I got stuck on Narcoossee today. Narcoossee has changed, you guys, in the last 20 years. I don't know who approved that. That's a whole other discussion. Just let's save the rural boundary. Thank you for volunteering. I used to serve on the MMRB. It's a good time. It's good to serve the county. So thank you all.
Thank you very much. Our next speaker is Kelly Simrat. Thank you very much.
Hello.
Give us your name, address, and the topic.
Thank you. My name is Dr. Kelly Semrad. My address is 3111 Amalfi Drive, Orlando.
Are we in danger?
32820. I got to go to my black belt class next. I was running, trying to do too much in one time, but.
Yes.
All right. Is that all you needed from me? I'm sorry.
Yes, ma'am, please.
Okay, thank you. Well, thank you all for serving. I recognize some of you from the redistricting committee, so it's very nice to see you again. I also recognize some of you from the BCC, of course, and I am here tonight. I can't come to all of your CRC meetings, so I'm trying to condense as much as I can into this session right here. I am the vice chair of Save Orange County. We have our chair who will be here speaking in shortly. I'm also the co-chair of the District 5 Neighborhood Advisory Council, and was a previous member of the redistricting committee, and I serve UCF as a professor and am a senator-elect. I'm here tonight to ask for one. I was a citizen that sued Orange County for urban sprawl and won in 2016. Our local judge said that Orange County was a repetitive offender of urban sprawl. The developer went and whispered with a lobbyist in Tallahassee, and the local judge's verdict was overturned. When I sued the county for urban sprawl, it was because we were invading into the rural area with no infrastructure. I didn't sue, I'm an environmentalist, I didn't sue because of environment. I didn't sue because it's not what the people wanted. I sued because it was a financially irresponsible decision. I'm an economist at UCF for tourism and hospitality and do econometric analyses for a living. The development that was going in was $550 million in infrastructure. The share that the developer contributed was $150 million. That means that every single one of you up there, myself and everybody here that lives in Orange County, is picking up that bill so that he can make the money on that development. It's not affordable housing. It doesn't contribute to the roads. In fact, it breaks our roads more. I'm asking for a rural boundary, not in the name of environment, not in the name of, and I care about all of these things, not because people say, I bought into this, I want you to save it. I'm asking for all of us that live here to be financially, fiscally responsible. Stop the growth in the rural area. You're putting, the BCC is approving developments of urban density in the rural area where infrastructure does not exist. And it costs us all money. We are in an inflationary time period. You've got people who cannot afford to buy their food, and we're talking about spending an additional $400 million coming out of our taxpayer money? I don't think so. I want it in the charter, and so do a lot of people. The last charter, we brought it here, and it almost passed, except for, watch, a bunch of black and blue suits started to show up in this meeting space, attorneys of real estate developers, and it was stopped at that point. Secondly, is that I would like to request that when there is a privately led text amendment, that we request that it's a supermajority. Not just a majority vote, but when we are amending our comprehensive land use plan or our future land use map, that should require a supermajority because the amendment is coming from the private industry. And the people at that point in time require to have more representation from their district commissioners. fifth is that I would like to request that any and all new developments in order to support Orange County's effort in improving our water quality is forced, if they're going to use septic tank, that they must use the upgraded form of septic, and that there must be some form of maintenance within the charter, because we are polluting our water. As you know, more than 90% of our water in Orange County is impaired. We're one of the richest counties, and yet we don't have clean water. This is shameful. So I'm asking specifically for these three things: a rural boundary in the charter, septic tanks that are at the highest level grade with maintenance, and that we look at doing privately led text amendments with a supermajority. Thank you so much for your service. I know it's hard, and we so appreciate you. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Our next guest is John Lima. Lina, L-I-N-A? Yes, sir. Thank you.
Good evening, Chair and committee members. Thank you for your service. Kelly and I are part of the same group. Let me start with my name, John Lina, L-I-N-A. I live at 3651 Oriskany Drive, Orlando, Florida, 32820. Kelly and I are part of the same organization that are representing all the residents on the east side, and mostly all in Orange County, because what we found, we started in the east side, but we found that all of these issues are affecting everybody in all of Orange County. But she stole the thunder on everything, so I just want to reiterate what she said on that. And I want to thank Mr. Constantine for all of his service and support. And sir, you probably don't recognize me. I've been on a couple overseas military deployments since we met, but you helped us when we tried to stave off the privately led text amendment in East Orange County there. And that was an incredible job that you did helping us with that. We were successful, as Kelly said, but unfortunately, you know, the lobbyists got to us. We called it the $1 Million Whisper, and that got to us. But the supermajority, passing the privately led text amendments with the supermajority, that's big on our list. And we also, Mr. Constantine, we've been working with 1,000 Friends of Florida, Paul Owen, with all of our issues, and we have come to light, or we have come to recognize that this conserving of the land is very popular throughout the whole state of Florida right now, and we want to bring that to Orange County because we think it would work. And one of my personal concerns is the Scott Preserve, is that what they call it? Because that was really made a preserve by a signature way back in the day, and I think it can be undone with a signature. So we're going to try to work with 1,000 Friends of Florida and get that locked down into maybe a state park or something, because we're concerned about the hole in the donut effect, which is what we heard when we were fighting the text amendment. You know, we're going to fill in, there's a hole there, we're going to fill in that hole, connect Avalon with Wedgefield, and we're really concerned about that. So, but it's good to see everybody. It's been a long time. I've been gone for a couple of years overseas in Djibouti, Africa, and there's a lot going on there. It's our only overseas base in the continent of Africa, and we've got the guys and the girls out there. They got a big job ahead of them, because China, I think that's their only overseas base. So I'm glad to be back and see you guys. Thank you.
And thank you for your service. Our next speaker is Maria Martinez.
Hello, yes, I'm Maria Martinez. I live at 14431 Stamford Circle, Orlando, Florida. I'm also a member of Save Orange County and work with John and Kelly, and have been interested in this issue for a long time. I greatly appreciate Commissioner Constantine, Chair Constantine, taking the time to come here and speak with us today, traveling from Seminole County to talk about this issue that's so important to you and to us. I live on the border of Orange and Seminole County. In fact, my neighborhood is in Orange County, and as I exit my neighborhood every day, I pull into Seminole County when I pull into the north lane of McCulloch Road. So one side of the road, if we were to get in an accident, we'd call Orange County Sheriff's Office, and if I get it in an accident as I leave, I have to call Seminole County Sheriff's Office. So I live right on the border, right by the econ, and I would say that we greatly appreciate what you term regionalism, in terms of, that just sounds to me like being a good neighbor. So we're the neighbor of Seminole County, and they have looked after us many times and supported us in our concern in East Orange County regarding the growth of urban sprawl and the push against the urban service line. So I wholeheartedly support the thought and the notion for Orange County adopting a rural boundary. I think that's a great idea, and it's an opportunity to learn from what our neighbors in Seminole County have done and the planning and how he's not talking about this is a theory that it's saving money. Commissioner Constantine is saying this is what they've seen in actuality as saving money for the taxpayers. And as Kelly said, you know, this $400 million that all of us are picking up the tab, this is just one giant development that's planned already in Orange County. I'll tell you that my full-time job is I run a nonprofit, and I have children's services. And there's a very large developer that has very generously supported us the last several years. And when I go to accept the check every year, what they have said most recently is there's no more land left. There's no place to build anymore. And this is a builder you all know. You all know this builder. You hear them all the time. There's no land left because all the land has been purchased all across Florida, all across Central Florida, by all these developers. So if we are thinking of the future, we have Vision 2050 coming forward now. What is it we're going to do in Orange County to plan for the future to ensure there's some rural land left? Because there's not much left. We don't have the percentage of acreage that you have, 75,000 acres that are set aside. There's nothing set aside right now. So we strongly feel and wholeheartedly support that we establish a rural boundary in Orange County. And secondly, as was already said here, we feel it's essential that we have a supermajority when we're looking at things like privately led text amendments and also any movement or change in the urban service line. Again, we're talking about a dollars and cents equation here where as it was said, I think, by Mr. Sicardo, that the developers, it benefits them to go in the more rural areas of the county. It's cheaper for them, but that we all pick up the tab for that. And I think that if we think of the future of our county, we want to have a variety, not just all urban sprawl, but also some preserved rural land. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Now we open for questions. If any of the board members have questions of any of our speakers, just click in and we'll be recognized, and then we'll call the speaker back up to the mic. I see one, Chuck O'Neill, Member O'Neill. And who is your question to?
My question is to Senator Constantine in relation to the public comment. If he might be so kind to answer this question. I heard a lot of comments about...
Please come to the mic.
Sorry, sir. I heard a lot of public comments about the rural boundary, and this is something that you, in particular, in Seminole County, has a great deal of experience with. One thing that we face here in Orange County is annexation, and I appreciate all the public comment about passing a county-wide charter amendment to create a rural boundary. But how in God's name do you stop a city such as the city of Orlando from spreading into and across the rural boundary and imparting the same urban sprawl that the rural boundary tried to stop? How do you do that?
Please.
Well, first of all, there are very specific laws in Florida about annexation. You cannot just annex a piece of property. You know, it has to be contiguous. Even if a road connects it in some form or fashion, that doesn't include that. Plus, the county has to approve it. So you can stop annexation, when you're talking about that is not prudent, okay? But if you're talking about a rural boundary, it's not so much as to put on the ballot if you were thinking that way, that we're going to establish a rural boundary. You have to put in the geography, where it is, and what are the parameters of that. Now, all that, just like I said, when we do the 1 cent penny sales tax, we don't say, and we're going to have a board come up with good ideas about how to spend that money later. We literally say what schools are going to be built, what sidewalks are going to be put in, what infrastructure deals are going to be made, or going to be put, what roadways are going to be fixed, what lights are. So it's. I mean, right now we're in that process, and we'll be in that process all the way up to the election next year. So in the rural boundary, we specifically put in the area that was going to be in the rural boundary, and then we put in, okay, from now on, this is what's going to be allowed in that area. We didn't take away anybody's property rights. What was there, and we could not stop what was there and what was on the comp plan. But what we did do is, this is how it's going to stay for the future. And sprawl does cost money, a lot of money. And when people say there isn't a lot of land, there's a lot of land that is comped out for development that will add to what we need to build up our population. Because growth is not bad, and thank you very much for saying what you did, Tom. I always, people will say growth is not bad. Growth is the biggest economic indicator of Florida. We've got to have growth, but we've got to have the right kind of growth. You know what's going to happen? What happened in Altamont Springs a long, long time ago when I was there and turned it into a very prosperous city. Redevelopment. Redevelopment's going to happen. And you've got to have that plan to be ready that you fix the mistakes you made before in transportation, in development, in all sorts of certainly in waterway, and in God help us in flooding. What's the definition of insanity? Keep doing the same thing over and over again, expect different results. Okay, we can't keep building in the same flood-prone areas. We have basin studies going on all over. We have a basin study in the Econ. We have a basin study in Lake Harney. We have a basin study, of course, in Wekiva. We found out that there are 3,000 more properties that should be in the flood zone that aren't in the flood zone right now. So we're petitioning FEMA to change that. Why? Well, are some people going to be mad at us? Well, now you're making us pay for flood insurance. Yeah, because you're in the flood zone. And if you don't, you're going to be in trouble. So we're giving you the education, we're giving you the knowledge with new technology. Now, interesting enough, something like 600 properties were really not in the flood-prone area. So, again, it's, how you redevelop is just as important as what you're doing in development. So when you're talking about the rural boundary, you've got to be specific about exactly what the location is, and then you make it difficult that cities can't just annex into that, even if they're up against the border, unless it's something that is conducive with the rural boundary itself.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Those are all the questions we have from the board. I want to just, as chair, thank all of you that thought to come out tonight to make your comments. And we were meticulously listening to them, and our staff was taking copious notes of your comments. And you can expect us to have deliberation on these comments at probably our next meeting. For Commissioner Gomez Cordero, we appreciate you coming, and thank you for hosting this meeting for us tonight. We really appreciate it. And for Chair Constantine, we thank you for your service and thank you for coming out. We're going to do our consent agenda, and then we'll take a short break. Our consent agenda is the approval of the minutes of May 15th. Have all members had a chance to review it? Seeing that that is correct, is there a motion to accept? So moved by Member Nguyen and seconded by Member Grimmer. All in favor? Any questions? First, any questions? Seeing none, all in favor signify by aye. Aye. Thank you. The minutes is passed. We'll take a short break. Let's make it 10 minutes. Thank you all. number 6 in our agenda. And well, we're waiting for a few more members. Let's give them a chance. And I'll take a chance to take another bite. Okay, we're going to go ahead and move forward. At the end of the discussions of the committees, then we'll act on the removal of a committee member because of inability to serve. That would be on which committee is Dick on?
The charter cleanup.
Charter cleanup. So that'll be perfect. Let's go hear from the committee for expansion of county commission districts. That would be the chair is Mr. Patella.
Yes, Mr. Chairman. So just want to give everyone an update on the expansion of county commission committee. We've had 2 meetings. Our first meeting was on May 31st. And our second meeting took place yesterday. We meet at the county administration building in either the 3rd or 4th floor at 11 a.m. on Wednesdays. That's been the pattern. But so at our first meeting, the members, there's 7 of us, Member Callan, Member Arias, Member Riley, Member Staccardo, Member Wynn, and Member Weinsberg. We asked for a comparison of population of the 7 largest metropolitan counties in the state of Florida, excuse me, which are Miami-Dade, Broward, Palm Beach, Hillsborough, Pinellas, Orange, and Duval. And we're also, based on Member Wynn's comments regarding potential costs of expanding the county commission with regards to the facility, we've asked for information from the county on a feasibility study that was done. I believe they started to do it about 5 years ago on potentially a new county administration building, or it's my understanding that a study was done and then they stopped it. So somewhere we'll find the specific number of residents in Orange County that live in unincorporated areas. Orange County, I think 62% of our residents, we've got about 1.5 million residents, 62% of them live in unincorporated Orange. And we're comparing that number with other of the counties, these large counties in Florida. So we got the information back. I want to commend the work of our staff and our general counsel, Mr. Vos. They got back to us very quickly with the data. Orange County, we are approximately, the 5th in population in the state. Miami-Dade is number 1. I think Broward, we're right there with Palm Beach. You can help me and all that. Hillsborough is slightly bigger than us, but Duval is, I think, 7th or so. But so we're looking at we're comparing our population, our number of commissioners, with the large counties, sort of try to find an apples-to-apples comparison. We've eliminated Duval. Duval has 19 commissioners. So as much as Duval off the list. So I think at our next meeting, we're going to really just, zero in on some of the data. We hope to have the cost analysis of potential expansion at the building, or even getting some, cost of building a new building. One idea that has been discussed is looking at at expanding from 6 to 7. Orange County Public Schools has 7 districts. They've redistricted just a couple of years ago, just like the county did. They have 7 districts. So an option would be we could look at expanding by 1 instead of by 2 by 1, and for a short time period adopting the school board map, having the commission adopt that map as potentially a maps. The only question I think Attorney Vos is researching is how do we break the tie? Because if you have 7 commission seats and you have 1, the mayor, that's 8. So what do you do in a 4-4 tie? So I think the attorney's going to do some research. The Orange County School Board model is the chair has 2 votes in case of a tie. So the attorney Vos will come back to us at one of our, hopefully at our next meeting with some information on that. But that's that. Our next meeting will be on June 28th, and that's it. So if any of my colleagues that serve on the committee want to add to that, you're welcome.
Thank you. I see no one in the queue. I did have a couple of questions myself. Normally on the Robert's Rules of Order, a tie vote is a loss. So I'm not sure how the school board does it, but a tie vote is considered a loss vote. Secondly, I did get a chance to look at the report of the number of residents compared to the number of commissioners in several of the counties, and it was really revealing. It was really a really great report. But one of the things that I noticed was that Orange County was right smack even with the other counties in terms of the number of residents per commissioner. I think the average is about 220 or something like that, and Orange County is right about 250. What are you seeing in that? Is that showing us that there's a justification for changing or not changing, or is it the land mass that's driving the change? I didn't quite understand where we would go from there.
Looking at the growth as well. We're looking at the growth in the future. Another data point that we've requested is the projected growth in Orange County over the next decade as well, for reasons that people are moving to Florida. The big cities are growing. We're one of these big cities with big counties. So as Commissioner Gomez Cordero stated earlier, she's got 250,000 residents, and it's a lot of work. So adding a district or 2 would sort of soften the load on the commission.
Thank you. I'm neither for nor against the expansion, but I just want to ask you to take a closer look at the numbers and how we shape up with other counties, because we're really right smack in the middle. And secondly, the concern about preparing for future growth. I know I just served on a committee for redistricting, and under the state statutes for redistricting, we're not allowed to design a district based on future growth. And secondly, I'm not sure what the mechanism would be if we adopted the county map. My understanding is that this would require a totally new redistricting. So those are 3 questions I'd like for you to address in the committee when you next meet. The question is how do we set the district, and what are the state requirements? Can we take into account growth, future growth when making these decisions, and a greater explanation of where we fit with other counties?
Okay.
Thank you. Any further questions? I see Juan O'Neill. Ricardo. Let's go Staccato first. Don't listen to Dick.
One of the questions I had is
not on that.
After our meeting with District 6, there's a concern in District 6 of the representation of them being split up in multiple districts. And one of the resolutions I'm in the back of my head with additional districts that we could add, we could actually represent that district better with a single member, because with the growth of the different ethnicities in our county, the black population is actually dropping percentage-wise. So at some point, we might lose representation of that district because it's the natural population growth. So if we don't have enough members on the commission, we're going to lose out on certain members of our community. So it's just a way that we can still represent our community, because, look at the board here. It's a great exposure of what we are as a community. And I don't want to, and it brings a huge amount to the street when we have this type of diversity. So I really want to see that maintained somehow on our county commission as we grow and the dynamics change. So that was one of my concerns.
Thank you. Member Grammer? I think I missed someone. O'Neill?
Okay, here we go. Member Angel, I was wondering if it might be possible, because from listening to Commissioner Cordero's talk about all the personal touches that she has to do all day long, if it might be possible to have create a position of vice commissioner for each commission district. That would give double the number of people that could be out in the community doing all these different things without creating a new district or redistricting, et cetera. We just keep the same districts, but add a vice commissioner for each district. That's just a thought. Thank you.
Yes, thank you. Thank you. Member Grimer?
Thank you, Chair. An idea that I had, Angel, when you were talking about the possibility of adding a single district, making it 7 districts. This is an idea I had that kind of blends 2 different concepts here of the expansion of the county commission, but also the separation of powers, which I know we're going to get into later tonight as a possible committee. I had the idea, we talked about here in previous meetings, about the potentiality of having the mayor not on the legislative branch as a member of the Board of County Commissioners. That separation of powers issues, him sitting in the executive and the legislative. An idea I had was increasing the commission size to 7, if we did that in concert with a separation of powers charter amendment where the county mayor would no longer be on the Board of County Commissioners. So then you still have your 7 single-member districts on the legislative branch, and then you have the county mayor sitting as the head of the executive branch. So that is 2 different ideas in one there, but that was an idea I had kicked around in my head before.
Thank you. There are no other comments. I would just like to add just one additional comment to that. I, of course, served with 6 commissioners and 1 mayor. I also served before the mayor was the mayor. He was just the county chairman. One of the things that I did that was very effective, prior to me getting on the board, commissioners actually shared staff in some way. No commissioners received their own phone call. They would come through a general system. So one of the things that got me written up in the Sentinel was I insisted on having my own staff. And that's how I managed that. And I went from 1 staff to 2 staff and staff persons. And then I worked with UCF and added a UCF student. So we had three staff people in our office. Now, doing things like that will get you written up. But as commissioners, our job is not to live safe, but to do the right service for the people. So there might be some kind of a hybrid system there somewhere. And I'm not sure what that line is. Now, in conjunction with adding the staff, I increased my budget. And I remember a direct question from the Sentinel reporter is why is your budget so large? So much larger than other commissioners? And my answer was simple: my problems are larger. And I had the guts to do it, and we did it. And so that's just a hybrid solution that we can maybe look into. Seeing none, no other questions. The Initiative Petition Committee. Dick Batchelor, Mr. Batchelor.
Just a general question, if we're through with the committee meeting. It occurred to me that in a lot of these conversations and we've got counsel, which is great with a lot of experience having been through this before in other counties, but also I think we should maybe, as part of the research, inquire at the University of Central Florida and find it's probably going to be a local government political science professor or somebody who's actually maybe really looked at different local government structures, including charter counties, et cetera. It might be interesting to see if there's a person out there who has extraordinary experience in that area, because I think it'd be interesting to hear from somebody like that from the academia who's looked at different structures of local government around, not only around the state, but maybe around the nation, but specifically around the state. So if I could ask maybe staff to identify a political science professor at the University of Central Florida who might have expertise in local government, I think it'd be very interesting to hear it from our discussion, but also put another layer over it from academia and take a look at it that way, if I might suggest that, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much. We can certainly get with staff and work on that. Any other questions? Seeing none, we'll move immediately to the Initiative and Petition Committee. the chairman is Ms. Nguyen, and Ms. Nguyen has had the pleasure of serving on that committee in the prior CRC meeting, so we're proud. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I want to thank all of my committee members. We had a great, lively discussions, and we did not all agree, and we didn't all disagree, but thank you anyway. Our main topic was to add 2 new commissioners because Orange County is growing consistently. The voters cannot reach their commissioners. Commissioners are overwhelmed, and more aides are needed. I found out that more aides have been approved for the commissioners. I'm not certain if they're getting additional 3 or will there be 3 total? 3 total, okay. Well, anyway, they are getting more. And the second, yes. Oh, I'm sorry, I thought somebody said something. But the committee was reminded that these requests to add additional commissioners at least 3 other times before during the hearing in previous years, which we brought it to the attention of the board members, it was declined. And as Chairman Hodges has said, that we need to take a great look at other counties. The next one was reduce the fees required to acquire initiative ballots from 10 cents to 7 cents per ballot, and increase the ways to secure ballots more effectively and quicker, and reduce the 7 cents to 5 cents. Several citizens expressed their opinions. Some were pro and some were con. So we're going to continue to discuss those issues. And we did get a letter yesterday from Commissioner Bonilla, which was read by one of her aides. It was quite lengthy, and we discussed it, but we came to the conclusion that we only received that letter yesterday. We could not intelligently rule a decision, so we're going to go back and study it during our committee and come back and discuss it at a later time. Also, keeping in mind what Mr. Cowles mentioned to us when he first visited us. He said, the ballots will be crowded because of the upcoming elections, the presidential, the Senate, the House, the state, county, etc. And we are at the end of the ballot. So we should make certain what we want to put as an initiative, that it's attractive to the voters, and most likely, hopefully, it will be voted upon. Because we don't know either what other committees will bring forth for an initiative. We should keep in mind we're not the only one who want to put something on the ballot. Attorney Voss discussed some of the things that might affect us during our committee meetings and total body of the things that has been adopted in Tallahassee. Also, Mr. Voss provided provisions for initiative petition process, and I will ask him to please explain in more detail because I don't want to say the wrong thing. Mr. Voss, please.
Thank you, Member
Thank
Wynn.
you, Attorney Voss.
Yes, and I believe Member Wynn is referring to the fact that the committee members had requested the information from when the 2015-2016 Charter Review Commission took a look at this issue. And as we discussed in that committee meeting, the committee notes were voluminous. It was an incredibly detailed process, and so it was a big, thick stack that the members of the committee are going to be going over to get an understanding of what they had looked at previously.
And we want to refer to that as initiative referendum 601 and 602. And it is a lot to take in as to how we have to process these requests. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much. And when I was listening to Attorney Voss, I'm reminded that I'm a word nerd, so I've actually read that. So I don't encourage all of you to do it, but it's really interesting reading. The reason I asked for this commission to be set up primarily is because the whole section in our charter on private initiative is just too voluminous. It's just too many hoops for people to jump through. So we have the great distinction of having Attorney Voss on here, who actually worked on this petition in prior years. So we need to look at this to make sure that we're not writing a charter that's actually hooped around anti-initiative for voters. If there's any way to simplify this to give the voters a fair chance, then we want to do that. Right now, the thing that troubles me the most is after the private petitioners have gone through all the hoops, they've gotten the signatures, they've paid the fee, they've been approved by the supervisor of election, their language has been approved by the attorney, and they've done everything and gotten all their numbers, they still have to be approved by the Board of County Commissioners. So it seems like if that's going to be the case, that should be first instead of last. So there are a lot of things in there that trouble me, and just like the commissioner said earlier, she's a commissioner of the people, and that's what I pride myself on, is being a commissioner of the people. Now, we don't want to make it so easy that anybody can just put something on the budget, but we don't on the ballot, but we don't want to make it so difficult that the public doesn't have a chance to assuage the charter. So that's the reason that I asked this to be placed in committee. So as you deliberate, if you can kind of see if there's anything that we can do to simplify it, to make it easier for voters, but not so easy that it becomes so simple that anyone can just walk up and do it. There's a thin line that we have to walk. Does that make sense, Attorney Voss? Yes, sir. Okay, thank you. Our next, Staccato, please.
Just a quick comments. One, I actually have pretty good faith that the citizens are smarter than we give them credit for, because we had 3 CRC amendments on the last presidential, which was a contentious election to say the least. And they passed at 89%, 86%, and 56%. 56% was the petition, 89 was the rights to nature. 590,000, I think, approximately. So we actually were the highest numbers of anything on that chart, and we were on the bottom. So it doesn't worry me at all that we have. So I give citizens a lot more credit than. Yes. The other thing is, I agree with you, Chair, that it's there to stop people. I mean, it's to the point where we should have a jelly bean jar up there telling you how many, can you count how many in there before you can go. It's there to stop people. And petition processing, to me, is a civil right to allow people a way to non-violently to ask the government to do something. That's why the intent was put in the First Amendment of our Constitution 248 years ago, petition the government. The other thing I'd like to ask is, I'm not on the board right now on that committee. I'd like to actually be on that committee because I'm just a citizen to that, and they can tell me how often I'm gyrating on the corner there. So I don't know if there's a motion that we could do to add a person to it or not.
No. I'm just kidding you.
I know you like me. Come on.
Of course, if you want to come on our committee, you have to ask the chair.
There you have it.
Do we need?
Yes, we can take a motion, but let's go through all the committees and then we'll come back.
Okay.
We have to do one more. That was very good. The final committee that we have now is the Charter Cleanup Committee, which is really just to look at scrivener's errors that are in the charter. And there are a couple of things that have been ruled on in the courts, and some things that are probably just a little bit out of place because they've already been ruled as unconstitutional by the courts. But before we do that, we set members up for that committee at our prior board meeting, and in his absence, Mr. Member Batchelor was appointed to that committee, and he has a conflict; he cannot serve. So since we voted to add him to the committee, I have to have a vote to remove him. Any comments, Mr. Batchelor? Okay, thank you. We'll entertain a motion to remove. It's been motion and seconded by Mr. Grimer. Mr.
I second, yeah.
I gave it to you. That Mr. Batchelor be removed from that committee. We're still legally within our scope. Our committees are required to have 3 members. We still have 3 members. So thank you for your service, and we may end up placing you on another committee, but we'll check your schedule and make sure that it's something that works. All right, thank you. Now report. All in favor? We have a motion? I know, thank you.
We do have, it was a mover, maker, member Wynn, seconder, member Grimer, and everyone was in favor.
Yes, just for the record.
Aye.
Thank you.
Well, she's telling me in a very nice way that I didn't call for a vote. Thank you.
You're welcome.
All right, the Charter Cleanup Committee, Chairman Grimer.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. We ourselves had our raucous meeting on the afternoon of June 5th with the charter cleanup. We talked about 2 main issues. The first one was Section 801 of the Charter, which is the Citizen Review Board for the county sheriff that was ruled unconstitutional by the Florida Supreme Court. What was really interesting about that conversation is when it was ruled unconstitutional, Attorney Vos told us that in the court's decision, it said that that provision is void and stricken from the Orange County Charter. So legally speaking, he can correct me if I'm wrong on my interpretation of his words, it actually is not there. But it is just currently on like kind of Municode, which keeps the charter and online, still has it on there and has the footnote that said it's been ruled unconstitutional. But legally speaking, it is not on the charter. So what they are trying to do with the county attorney is get into conversation with Municode about just having it removed from the county charter since it legally is not there according to the courts. If that were to happen, then there would be no need for actually there to be a vote, a charter amendment placed on the ballot to remove it, since the court has already said it's stricken from the charter. So we're kind of waiting to see where that goes, getting in contact with Municode and see if we can get that removed from the county charter, since it is not actually there. And the second one we talked about was Section 901, which is the Orange County and City of Orlando Consolidation Services Study Commission. Its duties were completed, I believe, back in 2006. Yes. So there's nothing illegal about that provision, nothing wrong with that provision like there is with the first one, but its duties have been completed and there's nothing further to do under the charter. So that would require us putting it on the ballot to vote to remove it, but that would purely be a cleanup as going along with the name there. So so where we are as a committee is we are going to wait and see what happens with the conversation between the county attorney and Municode regarding Section 801, which is kind of the more bigger issue, and then we're going to reconvene, possibly. I mean, this could be the shortest chairmanship of a committee in history, but which I don't know if that says very much.
That's really
very little
excellent
for
work.
me.
Really
But,
excellent work.
But yeah, it was a good time.
Okay, well, thank you. First of all, I want to say that you nail both of the key issues, that key tasks that we're giving your committee really solidly. So we appreciate that. Thank you. Very, very well done.
I do well when there's a small defined agenda.
Attorney Voss, anything you'd like to add? Okay, thank you very much. That completes our Tom Callan, Member Callan. Thank you.
Yeah, I just was looking at the charter the other day, and I noticed that there was different amendments at different times, and they refer to the Board of County Commissioners in different ways. The Board of County Commissioners, County Commission, whatever, different ways. I was wondering maybe if the committee could maybe find a unified way to have one reference to the Board of County Commission in the charter, because I think there's some sloppy language in prior amendments that they used, not the exact term. And it would probably make some sense to use the exact term through the charter. Just a suggestion.
We can certainly have them look at that. Any further comments? Seeing none. Thank you. We now have the board had asked our legal staff to give us a legislative update on things that were pending at the state. And items that had been passed by the current legislature. And the goal there was to paint a picture as to where our charter may abut against some of the laws and be unconstitutional, or whether there are some laws that have been passed or will be passed that will give us some guidance as to how we can go with our charter amendments if they are passed. So now we'll have a presentation from our board attorney. Attorney Voss is recognized.
Thank you very much, Chairman. Members, good evening. Just to set the stage of the kind of scope and breadth or narrowness of what I'm going to be providing you tonight and what's in the memo, what I've focused on is legislative enactments that were passed by the legislature this session that may have an impact on charter-related issues. Okay, there were, as Commissioner Constantine referred to previously, there were a great number of bills this session and have been for many years passed by the legislature that have engaged in various forms of preemption, have taken away a lot of authority for cities and counties throughout the state. I have not focused even on all of those preemptions this session. All right, that would be a much longer memo than this. This is focused just on those issues that jumped out to me that I thought may impact a charter amendment issue this year. The broader question of what all in Florida law would constrain what you can do with a county charter, that's actually a book I'm planning to write at some point many years from now, and it would be unfortunately very long. But I'm going to go ahead and go through these very quickly just to give you some of the basics. I went into more detail in the memo, and as, again, Commissioner Constantine referenced, I also included the Florida Association of Counties complete legislative rundown that had information concerning bills that did not pass as well as bills that did pass, and they analyze their effects on primarily county governments. So I tried to order this memo kind of in order of gravity, if you will, as to how it would potentially affect some charter issues. The first was Senate Bill 250, and it's titled Natural Emergencies. That may sound innocuous, and a lot of that bill is, but there is a section that has affected a lot of local governments throughout the state, Section 14, and it applies to counties and municipalities located either entirely or partially within 100 miles of where either Hurricane Ian or Hurricane Nicole made landfall. Okay, just so you all know, that was a late addition to this bill to come up with that thing. What it effectively does is affects all of South Florida, and it actually reaches up and touches Orange County, because a portion of southeast Orange County is within 100 miles of just south of Vero Beach, and as a result, this provision applies. And what this restriction is local governments, cities and counties in that area are prohibited from proposing or adopting, quote, more restrictive or burdensome amendments to their comp plan or land development regulations, or adopting or even proposing more restrictive or burdensome procedures concerning review, approval, or issuance of a site plan, development permit, or development order before October 1st, 2024. And they actually made it retroactive all the way back to September of 2022. The end result with regard to charter issues is I would suggest to you that any issue that is going to be touching on land use or land development is not necessarily going to be preempted by it, but we're going to have to evaluate it for whether or not this unique provision applies. One example that would be something that I think we'd have to dig very closely into, because it was generally alluded to before, a charter amendment that, for example, preempted environmental protection review of site plans and development orders, which is specifically what the statute is getting at, preempted that authority to the county, took it away from cities and put it to the county, may be problematic under this. Although I'm not saying that categorically yet. You need to look into the particulars of what the proposal may be. Moving on to the next bill, and some of these are bills that have not been signed by the governor yet, or at least they weren't as of last week, but a lot of these were leadership priorities, and so I would anticipate their signature, or else I would not have included them. Second one is Senate Bill 718, and this one prohibits an initiative or referendum process in regard to any land development regulation. There has been discussions among county charter review commissions around the state about subjecting comprehensive plan amendments or land development regulations or development orders to a referendum process. Someone applies for a comp plan amendment to or LDR that would be to their benefit, or say a rezoning or what have you. Some folks have said, let's put that on the ballot, let the people vote on it. This was what we called the hometown democracy movement, if you recall that from maybe about 15 years ago. The legislature reacted to that in the past and has reacted to it further this session, and preempted and prohibited any sort of referendum process with regard to any of those matters. Moving on to Senate Bill 170. Senate Bill 170 is very interesting one for local governments. There's a lot of moving parts. I'm not going to go through all of it. Effectively, it gives members of the public an additional opportunity to file suit to challenge an ordinance of a city or county. Okay? Currently, under state law, they can file suit on the basis that a law is expressly preempted or conflicts with the state constitution. Now they can challenge an ordinance on the basis that an ordinance is arbitrary or unreasonable, and allows an award of attorney's fees to the challenging party. The important part, the interesting part that may be implicated in your charter work this time around relates to an additional requirement the statute has, which is when ordinances are proposed, either for cities or counties, it requires that the county prepare a business impact estimate of the ordinance. Okay? How this new requirement will integrate with the county's ordinance by initiative process is not clear to me at this time. And it's not unique to Orange County. As we've discussed, ordinance by initiative processes exist in a number of the county charters throughout the state. So that is an issue that's going to take some further looking at. The last couple, actually, this next one does have direct impact. House Bill 411, and this relates to redistricting. So the bill made two major changes. First is that county commissioner district boundaries can't be changed within 270 days before a general election for county commission. That may sound like it's a strict new requirement, but all that's doing is changing the pre-existing requirement, which is you could only do it in odd-numbered years, which had a similar effect. The other one, though, that's much more interesting is a new requirement that applies to counties and cities that county and city commission districts may not be drawn with the intent to favor or disfavor a candidate for county commission or an incumbent county commissioner based on the candidate or incumbent's residential address. If that language sounds familiar, it's basically lifted straight from the state constitution's, oh man, the words just went right out of my head. Somebody help me here. What's it? The fair districts. Thank you so much. Yeah, that language is basically straight from the a portion of the state fair districts amendments that currently apply to state reps, state senators, and to congressional districts. So that requirement that you can't draw districts to favor or disfavor candidates or incumbents is now in effect for county commission districts. The last couple here, again, a little bit less charter related, but relate to some issues that we've had in Orange County, so I've included them as well. One was SB 102. You probably have heard about it in the news. It's called the Live Local Act. It was a very large omnibus bill dealing with affordable housing. It was a legislative leadership priority, as Commissioner Constantine mentioned. Again, it was a bill that everybody from all sides of things liked a lot of things in it and then didn't like other things in it. I'm not giving a complete overview of all of it here. It included a lot of new money for affordable housing programs and so on, but there was a preemptive change that was made in it primarily relating to land use. probably would not have any direct impact on county charter amendments, but it basically made it so that certain pieces of property that are zoned commercial or industrial or mixed use can be used for low-income housing when certain conditions are met. Moving on to House Bill 1417, this is a bill that was, I'll be quite plain, had a lot to do with Orange County. This is a bill that enacted a preemption of the regulation of residential tenancies, the landlord-tenant relationship, and all other matters that are mentioned in the Florida Residential Landlord and Tenant Act. Effectively, anything having to do with the landlord-tenant relationship is now preempted to the state, cannot be handled at the local level by cities or counties by ordinance or by charter amendment. Moving on to House Bill 3, this is the bill that actually has been signed by the governor. It mandates that investment decisions of the county, including written policies and exercise of shareholder rights, have to be driven solely by pecuniary factors and cannot be used to promote non-pecuniary factors such as social, political, or ideological interests. It also applies those same standards to public procurement for state and local governments. Finally, moving on to the last two bills that hypothetically, if a charter amendment were to try to if you were to have a charter amendment that dealt with procurement issues or dealt with any investment of county funds or anything like that, it would need to be at least kept in mind. I have not heard of a charter amendment around the state going in that direction, but there's been a lot of creativity in county charter amendments the last couple decades. Finally, the last two bills, House Bill 1373 and House Bill 1595, actually very much directly touch on county issues and charter issues, but to be quite frank, they are not much of an actual change in law. The first, House Bill 1373, prohibits counties from creating any office, special district, or governmental unit or expanding the powers of any of their offices or governmental units for the purposes of exercising any of the powers of any of the 5 constitutional officers. All right? Effectively, this bill and the next one I'm about to mention have to do with Miami-Dade County, or at least they're coming out of what's happening down there right now. As you may know, and I'll give you a very brief background on this, it used to be, prior to Amendment 10 to the Florida Constitution back in 2018, that county charters could abolish one or more of the 5, or in Orange County 6, constitutional officers and transfer all of their powers to another office. The Constitution was amended by Amendment 10 in 2018 to take away that power. So that power is no longer with charter counties or with county charters. And down in Miami-Dade County, there has been an expressed interest, apparently, from folks within the county government to set up or to maintain a county law enforcement agency separate from the Miami-Dade County Sheriff. This law and the next one are both meant to make crystal clear that that is not permissible. And so, Chairman, that's all I have on that. I'm glad to answer any questions.
Thank you. We have one question. One question now from Member Batchelor. But first, I want to thank Member Batchelor for making this recommendation. He recommended early on that we have a legislative update, and I just want to let you know it's been very beneficial to the board. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Member Batchelor is recognized.
Mine are more observations, I guess. If you look at this collection, is really why I asked for the report, Mr. Boast, and I appreciate you presenting it to us. Throughout it, the fingerprints are very clear. First of all, having written a lot of legislation, when you try to impact a community that was impacted by a hurricane within 100 miles, that's clever by half. In other words, they wanted to impose these restrictions on South Florida. They wanted to exempt North in the Panhandle. That's what that language is all about. I've never seen a piece of legislation that only applied to some place where a hurricane came through at all, including the insurance code, once we got the Miami code. If you might know about SLAPP lawsuits, well, this is what it's about. SLAPP is basically strategic lawsuits against public participation. This is to restrict, tap down, and sequester public participation in this process. That's all it's about. The reason they want you to have the latitude to do charter amendments because they really want to preempt that and this whole collection of legislation. And I see it punitive, punitive, punitive. If you go down to the procurement, ESG, we're talking about BlackRock, we're talking about ESG, where some corporations will waive their investment targets and include ESG, environmental social impact study, right, or statement. In procurement now, what it means that at Orange County, if you go to procure something, you will not procure from a company that has an ESG policy. It's punitive. And the second thing is if you look at the investment portfolio of the county, whether it's managed by the finance director or the comptroller, they basically do investment strategy based on return. But now they're basically saying you can only do it on return, and you cannot consider any investments in any stock. It wouldn't be a bond, but it'd be a stock that has an ESG policy. So that's what it's all about. It's throughout this thing, it's punitive. If you look at this compilation here, it basically is a way to restrict local government from having any kind of latitude in passing ordinances, but in the charter, it restricts heavily the charter and our ability. That's why I wanted the report, because really we don't need to go too far down the road into some of what we're talking about. Here, the last example, House Bill 1373. County Constitution officers basically prohibits creating any special district. But listen to this. Pursuant to this bill, if a county commissioner who votes in favor of such an ordinance commits misfeasance or malfeasance in office, if you vote for this, statutorily, you have now committed misfeasance and malfeasance, and the state can withhold funds from the county. This whole thematically it's really punitive. It sequesters the public input. They do not want charter amendments. They do not want referendums. They do not want referendums dealing rent control, sick pay, or anything else. This is all this is about, and I'm agreeing, I think, in closing with what I think Commissioner Constantine said. This legislation was intentionally to suppress the involvement by local government. It's unfair, but that's more of an editorial comment, but really it speaks to the constraints we have as we move ahead. So again, thank you for the report, because before we go down this road and think we've got a brilliant idea for a charter amendment, we need to measure it against this as council has advised us to say, can we go down that road? We've been roadblocked in so many ways in this aggregate legislation here, in my opinion, Mr. Chairman. Other than that, I have no strong opinion.
Thank you for those. Member Nguyen.
In our meeting in District 6, some of the constituents wanted another district or a separation to claim their own. Does this affect that desire?
Oh, no.
Because it says no special district.
Good question. Very good question. This bill would not restrict the creation of new municipalities, which is what they were looking for. So this bill would not have an effect on that. They were what they were talking around was establishing a new municipality for Pine Hills, and so that would not be affected by this.
Okay.
Thank you. There's no one else in the queue. I did have one question, just as a curiosity. The county already has several special districts and preservation districts. Does this affect the ones that are currently in place?
I'm not aware of any of the county's special districts or governmental units that I'm looking for the language here, that exercise any power of authority allocated exclusively to one of the 5 constitutional officers.
So that's only for Disney.
That's its own animal.
Okay, Member O'Neill.
Attorney Voss, in light of the public comment that we had today about the potentiality of this Charter Review Commission establishing a rural boundary, do you see any of this legislation standing in the way, as long as it puts in the proviso that Seminole County has, that the commission can change the boundary with a supermajority vote? Do you just offhand see any conflict between what's been passed here and the possibility of that kind of a charter amendment?
Sure. So as I mentioned, anything touching on land use, we would be rigorously looking at each and every provision of it, seeing whether or not it has a problem under SB 250, the natural emergencies one, the 100 miles from Vero Beach one. Off the top of my head, conceptually, I actually don't, I'm not going to tell you right now, I don't think they're, sorry, let me take all the double negatives out of that. As of right now, I wouldn't tell you that that's off the table by any stretch. There are some that might be, but that I want to look at it really deeply with regard to it. But as I've thought about it somewhat in putting this together, it does not scream to me that this absolutely applies to, for example, implementing a Seminole County style rural boundary.
All right, I would not like to not thank you for that answer.
I'm sorry? Yeah, I'm sorry. I was throwing too many qualifiers in there, wasn't I?
Lawyering.
Yeah, I know.
Just a,
if it's the desire of the commission to go down that road and look at it, I will dig into it further. But I would not tell you now that you shouldn't or can't do it.
Thank you. Member Chicardo.
I guess the additional, let's say somehow that's not possible. What about a supermajority on land use changes from like rural to something above, or ag, or 1 to 10 to high density? Can we do a supermajority and allow our elected officials to decide on the, I'm asking.
My answer would be the same on that one. I bounced around throwing those examples in there, in here as ones that may be problematic. I did not put it in the memo because I believe don't take that one off the table either, based on this bill.
And I have one more additional, and this is
Yes,
this is the activist type point of view. Since this undemocratic behavior is coming from the governor and the legislature trying to tell the local authorities and the local people not to get involved, if we do decide to go do something and we are preempted, are we still allowed to do it, although it won't be actually executed until we get this law changed up in Tallahassee, because things change. So should we stop doing what we do just because they say no? The women's movement would not be where it is if they listened to that, or the civil rights.
And I have a legal piece to that answer. I can't speak to the activist piece. You know, what folks would see as valuable in that context is beyond my purview. I can tell you legally, though, just to caution you in this I would caution to know I was getting background music.
That's an old guy working UTEC.
I would caution on the thought that you could get something passed, put into the charter, and then it be challenged legally, and it kind of sits there until folks can get up to the legislature and get the laws changed or what have you. Because the legal effect, what's going to end up happening with that, if under current law it can be invalidated and somebody goes through the effort to do it, it's going to go through and there's going to be a final judgment from a court saying it's invalidated, and it is not going to spring back to life if the law gets changed. Someone's going to have to go amend the charter again. That's a very important point to keep in mind. Again, to the advocacy piece, can't speak to that, but the legal effect, that's that.
Thank you. That was our last comment. Just a final comment from the chair. Just to be realistic, we're in a really peculiar political environment. It doesn't matter which side of the table you're on now, whether you're independent, Democrat, or Republican. But from talking to people that are more engaged in this process than myself, Orange County and Duval County are targets right now. So anything that we pass that offers an opportunity for a news line is going to get it. The renters tenants issue was a perfect example. There was nothing wrong with that, and any other year that would have been an acceptable item and really kind of celebrated. But we're going to end up in the paper if we do something that puts us in a place to have an immediate rebuttal from Tallahassee. And I'm trying to say that as non-political as I can, but that is just the reality of it. And what is the practical implication of it? The practical implication of it is once they rule against us so many times, then our charter essentially becomes null and void. It becomes just an empty piece of paper because they've nullified all of the items that are important to our people. And even though I supported the Tenants Act, if we had waited until there was a new environment in Tallahassee, we possibly would not have gotten the preemption. So that's my caution to the board, that sometimes crafting something that's less is better, or something that's well crafted and less is better. So we want to. I'm just trying to offer, some sage leadership from an old guy. That if we find something that we really believe in and we're willing to fight for it. Now, to answer the question that Mr. Sicardo has, it depends on how much money you have. If voters are going to go up against the state, we can win, but you got to have millions of dollars. If it gets passed and it goes to the county, then the county has to then use our money to fight it in Tallahassee, and we may win or we may lose. So either way, it becomes an economic issue for the people. So I'm just cautioning us to use our thinking and our time to craft things that we really believe in and believe we can get through. Later on, in comments, I'll talk about some suggestions I have. But for right now, are there any other comments from Mr. Boss's statements? Angel. Patilla?
No, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Staccardo asked the question related to the land use that I was going to ask.
Okay, thank you. Any further questions?
Clarification of council?
Yes.
Hypothetical. Can we craft an ordinance that might be otherwise challenged if that charter amendment, not ordinance, but charter amendment requires pro-action by the county commission? In other words, if we pass a charter amendment that said ABC, but ABC now requires, the charter if adopted would require action by the county commission. I know it begs the question of why are you doing that per ordinance, but could the charter do something, if I'm hearing what you're saying, if the charter amendment requires action by the county commission, which would be the superiority, would that better stand a chance of an illegal challenge, or is that a fair question?
So if we're talking about a situation of preemption, all
Right.
right? Because there are a lot of different ways you can challenge a charter amendment.
Right.
Okay. When you've got an express preemption, a county cannot regulate X. Right. Or regulation of X is preempted to the state.
Right.
Whether it's the charter doing it or the charter saying Board of County Commissioners do it and so on, not going to matter. All right. Because it's all down here. There are other instances where and we'll run into this from time to time, where a state statute or even in some instances, state constitution says, no, only the Board of County Commissioners can do X. Not even a charter can change it, and so on. There may be instances where you structure a charter amendment that says, okay, in this charter amendment, we're going to say Board of County Commissioners is the one that has to do it, but we're going to tell them they've got to do X and Y. So there are some ways around on some of them, but a straight preemption, like we see a lot from the legislature, that's not an effective tool, unfortunately.
I'll come back to that during a hearing, I'm sure, but there might be an opportunity, and this is a big caveat on your part, I'm sure, but there might be an opportunity for a charter amendment to be adopted, X, Y, and Z, but X, Y, and Z, let's say it's land preservation, but the charter, if adopted, would require the county commission by a supermajority vote to do the designation. Would that get around the preemption? Because it's requiring action by the county, as long as the county's action is not preempted by these new statutes.
It is, the legislature is getting pretty comprehensive when they write some of their preemptions. Ordinarily, when they want something to go away and they've heard that it's coming through a charter amendment, they will say a county, for example, cannot by charter amendment, by ordinance, by any rule or regulation. They'll do the whole list just to knock out ways to try to work around that piece. We would look at different tactics like that based on the exact situation we've got. So there might be some opportunities.
Thank you, Council. Thanks, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. There are no further speakers. I think I see Tom Callan. Mr. Callan.
Mr. Chairman, I think we should follow your lead on this. If it's there's some preemption, we should disregard it, not waste our time.
Thank you.
Elections have results. We'll have to wait till the climate changes, I guess, at the future charter commission. So, Mr. Chairman, I'd like your guidance on this. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We're going to now move to agenda item C. And as I said in my introduction, and everyone knows, the goal is to be inclusive. So early on, someone discussed term limits, but I don't even remember who that was. If that is still an issue, we can discuss it. If not, we'll dispense with it earlier. Okay, thank you. Then we'll open up by a discussion of term limits.
Actually, what I talked about.
And just a clarification, these are recommendations for new items for the board to consider. If the board elects to take up one of these items, it will require a vote, and it will require a decision as to whether to place it in an existing committee or set up a new committee. Thank you. Member.
I've been taught by Beverly.
Member Harris.
To wait for this to turn red. There we go. So at the last meeting, we were talking about setting up committees, and I brought up, because you said we could bring it up at any time, term limits, and I wanted to make a committee for term limits, and you said that we would address that today.
That's correct.
So all I'm asking is that we create a committee for term limits.
Okay, and you mind elaborating on what I know the obvious meaning of that, but what's the...
The obvious meaning.
The obvious meaning. Give me a little bit more. To increase them to what? You think that we have too many, or we have too few, or you want to eliminate them?
The committee would be put into place so that we could increase term limits, or at least discuss the potential of increasing term limits for the county commissioners.
Okay, that will require a vote by the board. Is there any other comments on that?
Yes.
Member Callan?
Yes. This is an issue that I think we should really study this issue. Orange County is the only county in the metropolitan area with term limits on the county commissioners. Seminole doesn't have it. Osceola doesn't have it. Brevard doesn't have it. Only one city in Orange County has term limits, Ocoee. Also Winter Park, but they have 3 terms as their limit. So I think this is something we need to really examine as a committee, and I want to get into a little bit more detail about this. I've been a lawyer in this town for 1989. Seen a lot. I practice in this area of law, related area of law. I've dealt with a lot of the players that come forth this process. Orange County's had term limits since 1992. I think they started in 88. Vera Carter was on the commission back then. She was a power. She was not anti-development, but she wasn't pro-development. She is a balancer. And I recall at that time, this is one of the reasons why they wanted to put term limits in the charter, get rid of Vera off the board. And that was a reality. John Land famously said there is term limits, they're called elections. If you don't like someone, you vote them out. So what happens is I've dealt with several county commissioners over time in the past like 10, 15 years who've advocated parks, advocated road projects that never got built. Staff controlled the process. They got delayed. They made comments to me as soon as I figured out the budgetary process, as soon as I figured out what it took to get something done. I was 2 years away from my end of my second term, and I was ignored. Part of what goes on now with the commissioners and with staff is that the staff tells the commissioners, we don't report to you, we report to the chairman. That's not really true. And so the staff members, the commission for a while figures this out, takes them a while, getting buffaloed, getting ignored, given bad advice, takes them a while to figure out how to use the budgetary cycle in approving of certain people's contracts to strike back at staff. But that takes about 4 to 6 years to figure that out. And they're ready to circle off the board. It's no coincidence in this county that since term limits have become active, that the county has lagged in housing, transportation, and parks. There are road projects in the county that have taken 30 years to get done. Holden Road, 1986. It's now not even complete. Rouse Road, 16 years. Rich Crichton Parkway, still hasn't been done. My initial offer was in 2006. Here we are 17 years later, not done. If you had commissioners that had longer term limits, they would hold staff accountable. They would hold the budget accountable. They wouldn't have money go from one district to another district depending upon which was the new commissioner, as is going now. And I'm going to look into it further. But what's happened in Orange County, and it's sad to say, is that the housing, the inability to see forward in housing, the inability to see forward in transportation, the inability to produce parks is real, and also environmental. And it's all, you can all trace it back to term limits. Now, I don't want an 85-year-old county commissioner. I don't like the old people running our federal government.
Hey.
However,
that's a bridge too far.
You draw a line. You could do one term limit, but we have 2. You could do 3 term limits, 4 term limits. You could do no term limits. I personally advocate 3 to 4. But I think this needs to be looked at. Because right now you have a system in Orange County that's run by staff who ignore the commissioners, and it's run by and influenced disproportionately by special interests through the staff. And I've explained to some commissioners a little game that goes on between staff and special interests. That many decisions they see are decisions that are not properly presented, or they're giving a decision that's already been made. The only way I believe you can have a responsive government in Orange County, one that is efficient, maximizes the benefits, is term limits. Is to expand the term, not to expand term limits, to increase the term limits, and consider that. I just look at what's happened in the 30 years. I look at their agendas. Commissioner Cordero mentioned it. They get 2,000 pages every 2 weeks to go through an agenda. It takes some real skill as a politician, public servant, to navigate that on a daily basis. We had an example today before us of why term limits are great, or why term limits shouldn't exist, or have more than 2 terms. Lee Constantine.
That's correct.
He was able to be in a position to bargain deals in Wekiva because he was, that part of his deal. But also he's in Seminole County. He was able to hold the line on the issue that citizens wanted because he had the gravitas being there for more than 2 terms. If he was a 1-term commissioner, he didn't stand a chance against that development guy. But since he was a 3rd term, been elected twice, reelected twice, he had gravitas. And so I think in light of what's happened in Orange County, my experience has been, since it takes so long to do a road, to build a soccer park, the soccer park that Linda Stewart wanted in 2010 hasn't happened yet. And we're fighting it, getting it. So there's these issues that the citizens want, and the quality of life that Lee talked about, which I think was really spot on. And I think the one way that we as a committee have to look at term limits, because it creates a self-imposed limitation, and projects that should be examined aren't examined, and it requires the people who are elected to push them through. I've heard too many complaints by county commissioners, and there's about 4 or 5 of them, as to being foreclosed on decisions and not being properly supported by staff, or not figuring out what they could do until they're almost out of office. And so I think term limits needs to be examined. And I think this county has suffered from limited to 2 terms for the past 30 years. Now, whether it's 3 or 4, I don't know. I think term limits are appropriate, but not 2 terms on a county this sophisticated, billions of dollars. For instance, they're looking at tourist development tax right now, going from $170 million of collections a year to $360 million in 2 years. How do you spend that money? Well, you have to have an elected official on the board who's been around, hopefully, or has the gravitas to perceive what the issues are and what to do. If you have people who are just there for 1 term, 2 terms, or what Lee also said, don't really take their job seriously on the local issues as to what job they can go next. Yeah, and institutional knowledge you talked about. So that's why I think this committee should look at it. I think it's really important. I think one of the issues I think it's barking as an issue for us as a community, is limiting the terms of the county commissioners artificially.
That's everything I meant to say.
Well, thank you. Any other comments?
Chair, 1 second. There was another example I wanted to point out. If you recall, I think one of our first meetings, Commissioner Scott spoke to us. And Commissioner Scott talked to us and told us how difficult it was for him to get information from staff. And how one particular staff member even told him he didn't report to him. I think perhaps if Commissioner Scott were reelected and learned the institutional knowledge that he needs to learn, he would be able to perhaps negotiate that a little bit better. So I would use Commissioner Scott as the example, and what Commissioner Lee Constantine said about taking time to learn the institutional knowledge, extremely important. And remember, we were talking about a pyramid and a flat pyramid. And if we don't have institutional knowledge with the commissioners that are elected, we have a pyramid that looks like this, but it would appear to me that the tip is special interest and perhaps staff, and not so much the people of Orange County. So we want to flatten that out.
Thank you. Member Grimer?
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I think Tom must have stolen my notes I made for this conversation last night, because he said everything I was going to say. No, I just want to echo both Tom and Mark's comments there, and I think Commissioner Constantine was a perfect speaker to have with this item on the agenda tonight, because it really hammered home the necessity for us to consider the possibility of expanding term limits. And Mark just mentioned 2 examples that Commissioner Constantine gave that really, drove it home for me, is the point of the pyramid and how it was flatter before, now it's become more narrow, and then the institutional knowledge. And I mean, I think Tom is a great example of that. Also, even there's an county commissioner or other members we've had on the board who've been in this community for so long. That institutional knowledge of where we've been and how we've gotten to where we are and where that's going to take us in the future is so key, especially for me as someone who's younger here on the board, and learning about how Orange County got to where we are and how that's going to shape our future. So I'm in full support of examining this issue further.
Member Rishi.
Thank you so much. I hope I'm not overstepping here, but we do happen to have a commissioner here. She's still patiently here, and we didn't get a chance to ask her this question if she has any thoughts on this. So maybe rather than having her appear at a subcommittee, maybe I don't know if she has any thoughts on this particular issue that she might want to share.
Can we do that once we finish the board?
Sure.
Member Staccato.
I will echo everyone's sentiment. It's been a concern of mine for a very long time. When we had this wave of term limits going to fix the problem, the citizens thought, let's fix them. What they did was fix the state level, which we've gerrymandered districts which are perverted, and the equation is set. But they also did it to us locally. And the institutional knowledge of lack of institutional knowledge that we see at the state level is affecting us because of the preemption, because the lobbyists and the institutional knowledge has gone from the political level into the institutional level of the people who are staff and also the lobbyists. And that's happening in our area. There's also a separation of powers issue going on here, too. It's a little more complicated because we're going to be talking about the next thing, but it's directly tied to the institution of the commissioners not getting response from staff. Right now, OMB reports to the mayor. And if you really want to get control of your staff, get the budget. That will get their attention if they have to come back yearly to talk to the commissioners who they control the OMB office. So that's something I think we need to address, to pull out of the mayor's office minimally to give to the county commissioners, along with increasing potentially the term limits, 3 or 4. I think that's reasonably to talk about. And the citizens have to realize that they have to partake. Citizenship is democracy, is a full-body contact sport. And we have to make sure the citizens realize you got to know your people and elect people and question them. Now, they should come to these things and really drag us down. That's part of the democracy movement. This is the purest form down here where we are today.
Thank you. Member O'Neill.
Mr. Chair, I have something that's pretty close to a motion.
We're not quite ready for a motion yet.
Okay, well, in that case, it's an idea. All right. It's an idea that could eventually be a motion. We talked about having standing committees early on, and it would seem to me that term limits, separation of powers, and expansion of the county commission, all three of those would work together or should work together in a proposal that comes out of this commission. And I would think that these three things should all be involved and taken on by the same committee. So that's all I have to say.
We're talking about term limits, and if there's coming up an election where a commissioner is elected, will they be in the term limit position? And if the current commissioners are going to be out in 2 years, how are we going to help fix that problem?
Thank you. I'm going to have some final comments, and then we'll have some discussion on a motion. First of all, the county commission is not a place for training. I mean, I'm just quite frankly, you shouldn't be running for office if you're looking for a place to train, and that's just honestly the way I see it. You should have some idea about institutional knowledge and how to make things happen. This is a political job. It's not an entry-level business. You're supposed to know politics and be able to maneuver things. That's just the facts. From being on the board, the only people that I've known that wanted to extend term limits were elected officials. When you go into the community, they're not necessarily that interested in that. There might be a poll that says somebody's interested, but generally elected officials want to be elected officials. Thirdly, every known poll out there shows that it's extremely difficult to beat an incumbent. I mean, there were 5 people running against me in my second election. I just won. I was an incumbent. Not that I was necessarily better than all of them, even though I thought I was. Every candidate thinks they are. But you just have so much gravity that it's just hard to pull that down. Moving this from 2 to 3 to 4 is just an arbitrary number. There's no science behind that. I would, as chair, I would not be able to support that as much merit as I can see in the discussion that we've had. But to embark on that venture, I think, is just a path that we probably should consider very cautiously.
Hence, I would motion the commission to set up a committee.
I'm not. You got to give me a chance. I always let the board members talk, and please.
No problem.
Okay, thanks. And obviously, you know, I'm going to ask for a motion. So I'm just saying that it's at the pleasure of this board that we do that. If we do go down this path, I'm going to recommend that we add it to one of our existing committees. I've had a discussion with staff, and what's happened in the past is every time we have a meeting in the community, several issues come up, and we end up with 10, 15 committees. I want to avoid that. I want to avoid that. And so let's, at this point, those are my comments. The chair will not be supporting that, but it's the pleasure of the board as to whether we appoint this to a committee. So now entertain a motion.
I would still motion the board to set up a committee for term limits.
Is that a formal motion?
It is a formal motion.
Okay, is there a second? We have a motion by Member Aris and a second by Member Grimer to set up a committee to study term limits.
Can we get a clarification on the motion, Chair?
And can I ask that if the motion will add that set up a committee or add to an existing committee?
The motion was to set up an individual committee for term limits.
Thank you. The motion is restated. The second is the same?
Yes, second.
Any discussion? We have Patella and Batchelor.
My question is for Mr. Vos. There was an effort to limit local government term limits this year at the legislative session, right? That was in the Florida Association of Counties report. Okay.
Could you, Mr. Chairman, could the council clarify that then? So it did pass?
It failed.
Just waiting for my mic to light up.
Oh, I'm
Thank you.
sorry.
No, it's fine. Okay. Yeah, so there are currently imposed statewide school board term limits, as the member just mentioned. There was an effort this legislative session to impose term limits on county commission seats as well, and that bill failed.
Okay.
Any other discussion?
Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
May I make, in support of the motion, because I have no problem studying the issue, but in listening to the presentation, Tom in particular, I reflected upon two things. What Commissioner Constantine said tonight about the pyramid. Having served in the legislature, term limits came along for legislators. I think it was in 1992. Phil Handy led that effort and got them on the ballot. But I also, and I'll make this point, passed the legislation that required lobbyists to actually register and disclose in Tallahassee and in Orange County under Chairman Crotty. That's why you have to go check in now, so the public is entitled to know who is paid to try to influence public opinion.
Correct.
Now, the other point I want to make is I kind of maybe not echoing, but kind of endorsing what I had said before. Before hearing this discussion tonight, I had some reservations, but I have no reservation about studying the issue on term limits. Because if you look at it, there's an old saying, power abhors a vacuum. Power abhors a vacuum. And if you're in Tallahassee now, the public interests control the elections. We know that. There's a lot of money spent. I mean, a single-member district in Orange County, now if you want to run for the legislature, you have to raise $1 million. $1 million for 1/6 the county. That's obscene. But what happens is when the exponential influence you have of special interest, there's a direct diminution of the authority you have as an individual voter. Just the way it is. You're overshadowed. So to that end, I think I'm going to revisit the whole issue of term limits, because when you do have the influence of those financing these elections, and then you have the influence of the staff, the influence that's left with the commissioner, they need more time, and I agree with that. So I think we need, I'm saying this and support the motion to have a committee to study it, because I think in the times we're at, when the state government, based on my previous comments, are really just ratcheting down and imposing their restrictions on local government and further imposing the restrictions on citizen charter review committees, we're just, our power is being taken away as individuals. So to that point, I support the motion as a committee look at this issue, because I think in the context of that county commissioner, how much power do they have? How much institutional knowledge do they have? Because frankly, if you take the lobby corps in Tallahassee as an example, and you take the staff that's been there for 20 years, and you're a freshman legislator, good luck. Good luck. So I support the motion.
Thank you. We have a motion, and
Okay. I'm going to support the motion because I think we should look at it. Member Batchelor raised a good point earlier. We're going to probably look to somebody from UCF that has studied local governments, and we've begun the process of studying large counties and districts and things like that. So I'm open to considering it, but I'll just share some personal, just an observation. Without term limits, and this is the reality. I've been around in politics for 40 years. Got started when I was in high school. Had we not had those term limits in 1992, Maribel Gomez Cordero would not have gotten elected to the county commission. Homer Hardage may not have gotten elected to the county commission. Mabel Butler could have served for 20 years or longer. She's still alive. God bless her.
At 98.
Right. Okay. We would not have a young man, Mike Scott, with a lot of experience, a lot of, much needed, experience on what's going on right now. Christine Moore would not have been elected to the county commission. Myra Uribe may not have been elected to the county commission. So minorities, Hispanics, African Americans have benefited, and we've now seen an emergence of, new talent that's come into the county, new ideas, diverse ideas. So I'm willing to look at it, and I agree that there's institutional knowledge that's required. Commissioner Gomez Cordero served on the charter review. She ran for office against Jennifer Thompson. She lost. She was appointed by Jennifer Thompson to the charter review. She acquired knowledge. She came back and beat a very well-funded, her former aide, won. And now she's got a great future. When she finishes the county, she can run for the state house, for the state senate. Who knows? So, but I will support the motion, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. And I will add that the commissioner didn't come to the board looking to be trained. She knew what to do, and she's making stuff happen. I mean, she's a perfect example of this. We have a motion. We need to have. Is there a call for question?
And one last comment, sir, and that is, would the maker of the motion consider amending the motion to include term limits, separation of powers, in with the expansion of the county commission committee, knowing that that committee could come back to this commission with 3 separate amendments? This is not saying that that committee would come back with one amendment, including all 3, but to best utilize the time of the Attorney Vos, I think to have the same committee considering three very interrelated factors would optimize his time and the time of the staff.
Thank you. I believe we should really just go by the agenda. The agenda has it as a separate item, and then after we get to that item, if the board votes to add it to that committee.
But sir, this is a question to the maker of the motion.
The maker
sir.
of the motion gets to address the question. I was just giving you we have it on the agenda, and it might, if the maker of the motion wants to accept it, that's perfectly okay. However, we have it on the agenda, and if we vote to approve the other two items, we can move to place them in any committee we choose. We don't need the maker of the motion to tell us what committee it can go in.
The motion was to create one committee for the term limits. That was the motion, sir.
I don't think the disagreement is with what you're saying. I'm just saying that we have the option as a board to place any one of the other two items into that committee, whether the motion maker agrees to it or not. Now, you're welcome to make the motion to amend the motion, and look for a second.
It would have to come from the maker of the motion.
No, by Robert's rules, you could make a motion to amend, and he would have to make a motion to accept.
Okay, I would make the motion to amend the current motion to say that the current committee that's set up studying the expansion of the county commission also include the topic of term limits.
Okay, we have a motion. I won't try to repeat it, but is there a second?
I'll second that.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Oh, no, what is it? Question. How do we have to dispense with the initial motion?
Would I accept the amended motion?
No. Let me get a clarification. Let's take our time. This is important that we get this right. That would be good. That's the way I would prefer. No. The issue is that he made a request for an amendment prior to you calling question. So we need clarification from staff as to how that works, according to Roberts. It's very important that we get this correct.
All right.
It's not that I'm trying to deny the motion. It's just as important that we do it the right way.
Yeah, let me walk through it here. I think the first request was for a friendly amendment, is what we would call it, asking if the maker would go along with it. I didn't hear that, so I think I heard now a formal motion to amend the motion on the floor.
Well, he still has the option to request a friendly amendment if he wants to change his. O'Neill.
Yeah, so what I've heard is there's been a motion made to amend the motion on the floor. Correct. And a second to that. And so the motion that is in order to consider right now is the motion to amend. Okay. I know it gets confusing to get down these roads here, but.
Well, actually, that's what I recommend. I thought that was correct. So we have a motion to amend, and we have a second. We have discussion on the motion to amend. Seeing none.
Chair, could we please elaborate on that motion? I have that it's to include term limits as well as government structure and separation of powers. Is that correct, Mr. O'Neill?
Okay. This is getting confusing, right?
I try to discourage amendments to motions and so on, but nevertheless, it is Robert's rules.
That's what I was.
The motion that I made to amend was to add term limits to the committee expansion of county commission. Now, we haven't even discussed separation of powers yet, so that could be amalgamated into that committee when we get to that point.
So just for the purposes of clarifying the record, your motion to amend was to amend the motion that's on the floor, to amend it to have the consideration of term limits added to the existing expansion of the county commission committee.
Yes.
And that's what the seconder was.
Second.
No.
Okay.
And so
Can staff repeat to us what you believe the motion is?
What do you believe it is?
It is to add term limits topic to the expansion committee.
and allow me to further clarify. The motion right now that you'd be voting on is a motion to amend.
Correct.
The motion on the floor, to make then the motion on the floor what was just stated.
And that
It's
would
not
be to
approving the
include-
final thing.
that
It's
would be
to
to
change
include-
it basically to be that main motion.
And that would be to include governmental structure and separation of power?
No, sir. No, he was just, when he clarified it, it was just to add term limits to the expansion county commission, did not have to do with governmental structure.
Okay, we have clarification on that. We have a second and a discussion. Open for discussion. Member.
Call the question on the amendment.
Could we have called the question and a discussion on call the question? Seeing none. All in favor of calling the question signify by aye. Aye. Chair votes aye. We're now going to vote on the amendment to the main motion. All in favor of the amendment, please signify by aye.
Aye.
All opposed, signify by nay. The chair votes nay. The motion carries.
Could we, who were the nays?
Could we do
Chair.
a roll call? Could the clerk please call the roll?
Member Prophet, she's absent. Member Arias?
Nay.
Member Baja? Baga? That's yes?
Yes.
Okay. Member Batchelor?
Can you put down I don't know? No, I support the motion.
Member Callan?
Yes.
Member Shira's absent. Member Grimer?
Aye.
Member Hardage?
Nay.
Member Jackson?
Yes.
Member O'Neill? Yes. Member De La Portilla?
Yes.
Member Riley?
Yes.
Member Staccardo?
Yes.
Member Weinsberg?
Yes.
Member Nguyen?
No.
Motion passes.
The motion passes. The main motion is amended to add county commission extension to term limits. Now we have a vote on the main motion.
Call the question.
Question has been called. Any discussion on the questions? I see two people, but is that, I don't think so. No discussion on the questions. All in favor of calling the question signify by aye. Aye. Chair votes aye. Now we'll vote on the main motion. All in favor of the main motion, ask staff to repeat the main motion with the amendment.
Motion on the floor is to add term limits to the expansion committee.
We're going to have a vote on the motion. All in favor signify by aye. Let's have a roll.
Aye.
Okay, all in favor signify aye, and all opposed signify by nay. Chair votes nay. Motion carries. Okay, now we'll move on in item C to governmental structure and separation of powers.
And Chair, I'm sorry
Did I miss?
to interrupt you. We do need a, oh no, sorry, never mind.
So we're right on target with item number 2. Item number 2 is a discussion on the governmental structure and separation of powers. That was brought up by Commissioner Scott, and I want to say the recommendation was made by Member Riley to have this as a discussion. So I'll open it up with discussions from Member Riley.
I'd first like to clarify that it was Commissioner Scott, since he was the first one, the first district that we had Commissioner speak, and he brought the issue up. However, since that time, or prior to him even speaking, this body had that same discussion, had quite an august discussion about the issue of government structure and separation of power. I think that when Commissioner Scott appeared and spoke and made reference to it, he simply was echoing comments that many of the members here had already had quite a bit of discussion about. Aside from that, there were several people that spoke from the community that also echoed some concern with regard to government structure. So just given the fact that there was so much discussion that seemed to center around this being a particular issue that might warrant some discussion is why I did think initially that it would be a committee that we might be voting on. So that's the background with regard to why I suggested we have this discussion and consider it for a committee.
And what's your recommendation now?
My recommendation is that we do have a committee to have further review, discussion, study, evaluation, whatever is necessary to vet the issue completely and determine whether it's something that we want that committee is going to come forward with and recommend that the entire body consider.
Thank you, member. Any other comments?
No, that's it.
Member Riley, Member Odell, and then Sicardo.
Could I make a motion, Chair?
Sure you can, but do you want to make the motion before we have complete discussion? Can we finish discussion?
I'll table the motion.
And I'll come back to you for the motion as a motion maker. Mr. Patilla? Did I miss Mr. Sicardo? Is moving.
Am I it?
Yes.
Okay.
And then Patilla.
Okay, I asked the question to the mayor when he first came to us about the separation of powers because in the charter, in 108, it talks about the separation of powers. And then all of a sudden in 202, when they start defining the different power structures, they mix the executive powers with the legislature powers. And we're the only charter county of our size that has this mixed type of union of executive powers within the legislature powers. So, it never made sense to me, even when we voted back in '86, which I voted against because I didn't think it was a good ideal. So I am fully want to see the executive power moved out, and because it does give the huge benefit that the Sunshine Law won't be effective based on the executive anymore. So the commissioners can actually sit and talk to the executive branch. And also at the same time, we certainly should consider moving the OMB office out of the executive branch and put it back in the legislature, just as in the U.S. Congress. Congress writes the budget. The president recommends a budget. And the executive certainly can, but the executive has the veto power, of course. But the power of the budget is in the legislature, which would be our BCC. And that's how you get the response from staff. If you have problems with staff, let's get the budget, and that would get them focused.
Okay, thank you. Member Patella.
If it is the will of the commission to support this government structure analysis, as we're doing, where it seems to be analyzing our entire structure, our committee, the expansion committee, which is now we've added new scope, we can certainly take that on because if we're going to be, it was a good point that Mr. Votes we've got economies of scale, and also with the, with the full review. But I do want to just bring something up as well on what Mr. Sicardo said. So our charter was created in 1988 when we had a population of about 500,000 people, just like where Seminole County is today, right? We had 5 commissioners prior to our charter. We added a 6th district, and then we went to single-member districts back in 1988. That was what was approved. The first election took place in 1990. I was actually reading the charter as Mr. Sicardo said. Section 108 sort of it defines it's called the division of powers, right? It defines the executive branch of our county, which is the office of the mayor, and the legislative branch, which is the Board of County Commissioners. But our form of government sort of commingles, right? We've got the mayor is part of the legislative branch, the Board of County Commissioners. But I also found that something very interesting too. And I think Member Callen brought this up at one of our earlier meetings. There's no reference to the county attorney's office. There's a very small provision. It's one of the 8 departments, including public works and health and all that. It's called legal services. In talking with commissioners, sometimes they feel that they're at a disadvantage when they're considering policy, when they're voting on a major land use project and things like that. We may consider, as a charter, is creating a structure to have a separate attorney that represents solely the legislative side. Okay, so we'll have to, that's something that we can dig into it. We'll need, the legal minds on our committee to weigh in on that. But that's something, that's another possibility, because sometimes you've got a county attorney that is hired by the mayor, reports to the mayor, but then represents the county commission, the legislative side as well. So there's an inherent conflict in our charter. And we're as I've said many times before, we are a growing county, and we got to look to building the structure for the future and look at our government structure. So I would be in support of including this analysis on the scope of our committee. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Member Callen.
I don't like radical ideas. I'm kind of a conservative as I'm getting older. I do think we need to study this. I agree with many comments shared by everybody here. I think when we do study it, it'd be appropriate for us to try to strive for the simplest, most efficient way to make an amendment, which could be just a subordinate clause here or there versus trying to create the structure. So I will approach it from that perspective. I think we should examine it. I think it makes sense to go in the committee that Angel is the chairman of right now. That does make some sense. And look at all choices the board members want to look at. I'll keep an open mind about it. But I hope we all try to understand that sometimes the least change is the best change.
Well, thank you. I have one other member, Mr. Staccato, but I'll make some comments also. Here's where we would be at that. This would be, if we decided to vote on this and put it on the ballot, would be the most can't get that word out right now.
It's okay.
So, thank you. Change that we could possibly consider. It would essentially require nearly a total remake of the Orange County Charter. We would have to eliminate, abolish Section 108, which is division of power, or rewrite it. We would have to abolish Section 212, which is the non-interference of commissioners, and that's what you're talking about with commissioners not having a chance to talk. Would have to be abolished. The following sections would have to be modified. Section 301, which is the county administrator, his duty, and who he reports to. Section 302, county mayor duties and responsibilities would all change. Section 303, county administrator, his duties would all change, and who he reports to would change. 401 and 402. Having said that also, I've had the privilege of working under a mayor and a chairman. And Mr. Shower has worked on this, he was not here today, has worked on a situation where there is a weak mayor in a strong county. So the question is, which medicine do you want to take? Be ruled by a staff that you can't fire, or a chairman that you can outvote? I mean, I served on a board that was majority Republican. The current board is majority Democrat. I won votes there, and our Democratic members are winning votes here. They won the tennis bill over the mayor. So, I mean, I'm saying that if we want to consider this, we're really talking about a rewriting of the entire charter, and the chairman would not be in favor of a vote to put that on the ballot. But having said that, we serve at the pleasure of the board, and the board serves at the pleasure of the voters. So let's go at it. But to rewrite the whole half of the charter would be a huge undertaking.
I just want to add a point to Angel about the attorney. When I was on the last CRC, I actually did investigate the whole attorney, how it works. And I was going to propose, and I never did, but actually making that office an elected office separate, because there is one county that does have that in our state, which is Columbia. And I actually talked to that elected official for quite a while. And that might actually put that person more independent. And yes, it would be elected office, but it's something we might want to think about in a later date that maybe in the next meeting we can discuss that. But that's something else. Columbia was the county that had it, so it's kind of interesting thought.
Member Nguyen.
Yes, I just want to ask a question. We're talking about separation of powers. Does the governor have the same authority traditionally, and the President of the United States have the same kind of authority as the mayor does? He does, yeah. The governor has a staff of people that report to him. Is that correct? Is that correct? He doesn't?
The governor is not the legislative function of the state.
No, I'm just asking a question. Because we are saying go and dismantle Orange County.
It's a separate power. If you want to get three branches of government, you got executive branch,
Yes.
the legislature,
Yes.
and judicial. The BCC is the legislature. The mayor is the executive.
Let me ask you a question. Let me finish, okay?
Please. No, please.
Yeah, I
I'm
am
sorry,
confused, and you are too.
No, please, Ms. Nguyen, and please, Mr. Sicardo. Mr. Cardo, please press your button, and Ms. Nguyen, please finish.
Okay. I was just wondering, if we're going to come and just dismantle Orange County, that's what it seems to be, because if you change all the things we're talking about changing, do we have that time frame to do this and the authority to do this in this short time?
Well, just to answer the question, we have the authority to vote on it as a ballot initiative. That's correct. But is it a prudent choice is the question. It's just a little bit too radical for my blood.
Mine too. I'm just finished. I'll just stop right now because it doesn't make a lot of sense to change Orange County.
Member Sicardo.
I mean, I support the motion. When we make the motion, I do support that we separate the powers, and I'm willing. I joined this knowing full well my next year of life is gone, and I'm dedicated to this organization to do what needs to be done. That's what I signed up for. If it wasn't, I wouldn't have done it. It was a hard decision to make because I knew what I was getting into at this time.
Thank you. Member O'Neill.
Are we ready yet, Mr. Chair? Do you want to talk? I mean, can we make the motion and then we
definitely
discuss
going to
it?
come back to you to be the maker of the motion, but we still have discussion.
Okay,
I won't
I'll go back to sleep.
If I forget someone, please remind me. Mr. Batchelor and then Member Riley.
Two things. One is clarification. Was it said that the mayor, because of his executive status, even though he's a vote, is not affected by the Sunshine Law?
No.
I mean, the mayor has to advertise he cannot have a meeting outside the sunshine with another commissioner because there's.
Address that? A number of commissioners have said that, and they both sit on the same board, so they vote on the same thing, so sunshine currently affects them.
Sure.
So if he or she was a separate office, not voting on that board, then that alleviates that sunshine responsibility because they're not voting on that. He has no vote on that board anymore. He is a separate body. So they could.
So you're saying if he were purely an executive with a bifurcation between that and his legislative duties, he could, in fact, as chief executive, meet with, but he would not have a vote. He would not have a final vote on the commission?
Just like a president has no vote in Congress. They certainly can influence. They can invite him over for coffee and talk.
Mm-hmm.
Today, they can't do that without doing a public address. And that's kind of, I mean, it does help sitting down with people and just talking.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, my point is this. I think we need to be very cautious because a lot of what we're saying, I'm glad Steve Hudak is not here from Orlando City, because a lot of what we're saying can be perceived to be extraordinarily critical of the governance we now have. That's why I want to go back and invite somebody from academia to talk about the structure minus all the politics or partisanship or public policy or whatever you want to call that. I really think we have to be careful because when it's covered by the media, I know Orange TV is here now. Hi, Mom. But I think we have to be very careful that in our conversations that we're not prejudicial in one way or too overly judgmental in the other way. In other words, you could say this paradigm might work because currently it's not working at all. Separation of powers has got to be the bone of contention. That's going to be a bone of contention. And I agree with Ms. Nguyen. I mean, if you start doing separation of powers, along with term limits and everything else, you've really
Redone the whole thing.
it's implosive. Let me make this point at the risk of being redundant. Mr. Chair, I really do think we do need to have that presentation. You've agreed to that, and you've directed staff to find somebody that can talk about it in a very sterile, maybe academic way. This is the structure. This is how it works.
Correct.
Separate of any personalities, because, again, there's an old saying in politics, you're just as dead of a derelict at your own purpose as you would be if a minister shot you accidentally. Well, I don't want to be shot either way. So I think we have to be very prudent in our conversations as we move ahead, so the motion to entertain something is not prejudicial. It's just we want to look at it as a Charter Review Commission. We want to look at that issue, and like whole cloth, right? We want to look at that issue. But I think we have to be careful and as we proceed, because if we can't, I don't want to be on a commission that's going to rewrite the whole charter. I just really don't have that interest.
Thank you. Member Riley.
Let me, first of all, in terms of my comments, say I am completely confused right now. I am a new member to this process. I'm confused because this entire issue was first brought up when the mayor was asked to come and address this body. And the question was posed to the mayor, and an entire dialogue and conversation ensued behind that, with several comments from many of the members on this body that they felt that it was worthy of some review, some discussion. And I never assumed that it was being prejudicial towards an incumbent, a past, or a future. But like everything else that we have brought up to discuss as a body, there are things within the charter that has been said it might be worthy of a review. It might be worthy of a study. I don't understand how any of that condemns anybody, past, present, or future. I don't really have a dog in the hunt, because I don't plan to ever run for office. But at the end of the day, because this was a discussion that came forward, that was asked to the mayor, and then from there, other speakers have come forward, and this conversation has been has had some kind of discussion in almost every meeting that we have had with the public. I say that only to say that I don't think because an issue may be contentious that you shy away from it if that's the work of the body. I also am not saying that we shy away from the work of something that might be a heavy lift if we need to do it, if you sign up for this assignment. Just as it has been said that you don't run for office in order to get training. I don't think that you agree to be on this group, in this body, if everything that might be a heavy lift becomes something that we say, oh no, I don't want to be a part of that. But like I said, at the end of the day, we can study it now or we can not study it. Personally, I don't particularly care whether we do or not, but because it seems to have been of interest to so many people, that's why I asked, at least let's have the discussion so we do address it and it doesn't appear that we've just ignored the comments that have been made.
Thank you. Just one correction. We did discuss this when Mayor Demings was before the board. It was a question, but it really just took gravity when Commissioner Scott brought it up to the board. It's just a correction for the records. But no, I'm not. It's not for the agreement or disagreement. I'm just saying that that's the way it happened. If the board votes to carry it, everyone knows I'll be with what the board says. But that's just the way it developed. And then I think at that point you had recommended that we add it on as a discussion item, which we all agreed. And at my discretion as being responsible for the agenda, I listened to the recommendations of you and the board and added it to the agenda. So that's really how it came about. Can someone call a question? No, further discussion. Member Callan.
I share the same concerns that Mr. Batchelor had, as well as Ms. Nguyen, regarding wholesale change. I've done a lot of ordinance drafting in my lifetime as a government lawyer, as outside counsel. I've litigated a lot of ordinances. I understand the concepts of writing, how you write draftsmanship and all that. I think we should look at it. I don't think we should get into a deep dive. I think we should look at if there's any issues dealing with more accountability for the commissioners, That's fine to look at. Maybe it's a couple small changes here or there, a nip or tuck here or there. There already is separation of powers. So the language being used by some of the comments tonight, I think, are a little extreme on both ends. There already is a separation of powers in the county charter. The question is, do we alter it or modify it here or there? I think the citizens like the strong mayor form of government. I think that's quite clear. Maybe some don't. Maybe I'm out of touch there. I think people like it. And so I do think, but I think there's a concern by some commissioners that here they are, the legislative body who votes on contracts, who votes on ordinances, who votes on bond covenants, expenditures of vast $4 billion a year. And they don't feel like at times the staff reports to them or is accountable to them. That may be just a little language we can look at and consider here or there that keeps it still reporting to the mayor, but also has it subject to approval and termination, or you can put some language in there that balances those two interests. And this is what the charter does, it balances interests. So I don't anticipate that I would support a radical rewrite or a change of the charter from a strong mayor form of government. But I do think that if there is something that makes some sense, that's surgical, that is smart, then I would consider looking at that. I do think we need to study it. There is already separation of powers. We're not looking at taking anyone's power away, in my opinion, and I wouldn't support that.
Okay, thank you. I would be inclined to support, I'm not sure what Mr. O'Neill's motion would be, but I would be inclined to support a motion or amendment that would allow us to look at the language to address some specific issues, but to take the challenge of rewriting 2, 4, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 sections of the charter, and it would just be a major undertaking, and I'm just not sure that's something that the board could do. And that's not because I'm afraid of tough issues. Anybody that's worked with me knows that I fought against the mayor, the sheriff, and that was scary. But at the end of the day, he and I now are good friends and good patriots. So I'm just saying, so I'm not afraid of tough issues. I don't know anybody on this board that is, but it's just that we have to use some degree of, we have to just think about it when we make a change this big, this large. I won't say much more. I promise I'll come back to Mr. O'Neill for the motion. I will do that.
Thank you, Chair. You are a man of your word.
Thank you.
And I do appreciate the fact that you put this on the agenda. And I hope everyone watching at home understands that this was on the agenda. It's not something that came out of the blue. As Member Riley indicated back at the Pine Hills meeting, this issue was brought up. It seemed like there was interest, and we are here for the public. We're not here for ourselves, and we're not here to make statements for or against the mayor, but to study a proposition is all we're talking about here. And with that in mind, I'd like to make the motion to add government structure and separation of powers to the committee that is considering expansion of the county commission and term limits.
We have a motion and a second. Chair, it's a point of privilege from the chair. I would like to see if we can entertain a motion to narrow the scope of that.
Can I call the question?
You can, of course. That's Robert's rules, but I would prefer that we.
I call the question.
Question is called. Question has been called, and now we'll have a vote. No, we'll follow the rules. We'll have a vote discussion on the question. Is there a second on the question? There's a second.
There was.
The motion has been, the question has been called, and there's a second. Now there's discussion on the call to question. Seeing none, we'll have a vote on the motion to call to question. All in favor signify by aye.
Aye.
Chair signifies no. The vote carries. Okay, now we'll vote on the main motion. Questions have been called and carried by vote. The main motion is to set up a committee
to add government structure and separation of powers to the committee that's already been created for expansion of county commission and term limits.
Staff has that as a motion?
Yes.
Okay, it's been moved and properly second, and questions have been called. We're going to, we passed.
For the record, the mover is Member O'Neill, and the seconder is Member Arias.
Yes. No, we'll pass discussion, Mr. Batchelor. I would like to call you. I think we'll pass discussion. I saw you. Mm-hmm. Yeah, now we're on a vote on the main motion.
Call the question.
Question has been called. All in favor of the motion, and it's signified by aye.
Aye.
All opposed, signify by nay. The chair votes nay. The final item is item number 3. Motion carries. Yes. Yes. The under number C, the third item is item number 3, which is affordable housing, which is a new initiative brought by Member Grimer. And I want to add, even though I voted no on these, I want the public to understand that the chair is exclusively responsible for creation of the agenda. And out of respect for all the board members, regardless of how I feel about an issue, I strive to place it on the agenda for discussion. And I could have easily just left it off. They could have voted to place it back on. I could have actually not calendared it. But I'm glad I did, because that's the procedure we've set. That's the order that I intend to follow for the entire duration of the board. Now we'll ask Member Grimer if he will lead us in a discussion of his item number 3, affordable housing and trust fund.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Before I get into that, now that we've kind of beefed up that expansion of County Commissioners Committee, we got any more room on that thing for any extra friends?
Oh, no, for members?
Yeah, extra members.
Yeah, we need some more.
You know, I don't know how can we add members?
Yes, we can add members. I think Mr. Cardo had discussed that earlier. At the end of the meeting, during discussion, we'll discuss that.
Okay. My proposal is to incorporate the establishment of the Affordable Housing Trust Fund, which is currently codified in ordinance at Section 2-292 into the county charter. The current version of the Affordable Housing Program is located at Sections 2-289 through 2-298 of the current ordinances. Under the current code, the trust fund is self-perpetuating unless it is specifically terminated by the Board of County Commissioners. Incorporating the trust fund into the county charter would eliminate the board's ability to dissolve the fund and would place it in the hands of the public, who directly benefit from the affordable housing bill, as well as preserved by the fund. The trust fund was created as part of the county's 10-year action plan, and Section 2-296 of the Municipal Code addresses its funding for the first 10 fiscal years, but does not address the funding beyond that time. Incorporating the trust fund and its funding mechanism into the county charter would eliminate the time restriction that's currently in code. After I initially made this proposal, I had a brief conversation with Mr. Vos about it, and specifically legalities of the funding mechanism for the trust fund being included in the charter amendment. However, adopting an affordable housing trust fund and funding mechanisms into the county charter has already been done in at least 2 Florida charter counties that I saw, which is Brevard and Broward. Brevard County recently amended their charter in November 2022 to establish their Workforce and Supportive Housing Trust Fund as Section 1.9 of Article 1. That states that, hold on one second, establishes the Brevard County Workforce and Supportive Housing Trust Fund, and it specifically cites revenue sources that should be funded as directed from time to time, shall be funded as directed from time to time by the county commissioner, and may be comprised of the following sources that include funds from the sale of county surplus real property and other sources as established from time to time by ordinance. Also, in Broward, sorry, one second. Oh, where'd you go? Pardon me. I know this is what happens. Okay, Section 11.09 of the Broward Charter. There shall be a Broward County Housing Council that should serve in an advisory capacity to the county commissioner. No, that's the wrong one. That's the charter. Excuse me. This is happening to rely on technology. Here it is. Broward County Affordable Housing Trust Fund, Section 11.09, establishes the Housing Trust Fund. Section D, revenue sources. The trust fund established under this section shall be funded by the county commissioner and may be comprised of the following sources that include general revenue, savings from tax increment financing programs, and so on. The point of that being, there are at least 2 counties in Florida that have incorporated Affordable Housing Trust Fund into the county charter as well as provided for its funding. These examples suggest to me that it would be both legal and appropriate for this commission to submit a charter amendment referendum that both adopts the Affordable Housing Trust Fund and mandates its ongoing funding. I believe that housing affordability is one of the defining issues of the current generation, and the affordable housing crisis in Orange County is not going to be solved in the next 10 years, which is all the funding provided in the current ordinances. The Orlando Center recently reported that nearly 65,000 people moved to Orlando in 2022. Because we can't build housing fast enough to accommodate all our new residents, housing affordability will continue to be exacerbated by our growth patterns. The Affordable Housing Trust Fund plan for fiscal years 2023 to 2025 estimates up to 11,300 affordable units can be created or preserved in the next 10 years by leveraging local trust fund dollars or other state and local revenue sources. But we know from the consultant's report that was obtained in conjunction with the rent stabilization ordinance that the deficit of affordable units in Orange County right now is well beyond the 10-year projections provided in the trust fund plan, let alone the number of future additional affordable units we need to accommodate our population growth. We need to ensure that the trust fund and its funding exists in perpetuity until and unless the voters of Orange County decide to vote for its removal. The inclusion of this proposed ballot on 2024 is not only legally appropriate and societally necessary, but it would reflect to the public that this board recognizes the gravity of the affordable housing crisis. Judging from the voting public's approval of the rent stabilization ordinance, the people also clearly recognize that housing costs have spiraled out of control. At a time where trust in government is at an all-time low, putting the future of the Affordable Housing Trust Fund in the hands of the public signifies that, if they approve it, no elected official will be able to take it from them without public approval. I say we give them that opportunity. Thanks for the chance, Chair, to...
Thank you. We have a member Batchelor and then Mrs. Jacardo.
Yeah, mine is just for the record, if I could. I had the tremendous amount of respect for Commissioner Riley, even though when she was at correction, she never had me as a resident, so I appreciate that. But just for the record, and I supported the motion for the committee to study the issue of separation of powers, because I am never fearful of studying something new and even radical I've been accused of before. So I supported the motion to do that because I am never reluctant to go ahead and to study something, because as I understand the process, the committees will come back with a committee report to the full board, and we can have a full conversation about it at that point in time. So and I appreciate you setting the record straight, but I just really wanted to go on the record and say I supported the motion for that very reason. The more controversy it is, I get up in the morning for that. I love that.
Thank you.
Thank you. I just wanted to go on the record, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Member Staccato.
I strongly support this to study affordable housing and also adding the fund mechanism. I actually would go even farther, because private industry is doing what they do good. They build homes for people, but the problem is they're not building for people who actually live here. And what we're seeing in this county is unaffordable new luxury apartments being built, and no one can afford $25,000 or $3,000 a month. That's what they're going for around my area. So we're stuck in our homes. We can't move anywhere. So I think we have to do affordable housing. I also personally think we should create a quasi-government organization, sort of like what the Highway Expressway, to actually build these things and manage them, sell them as fee simple, but you manage to show the structure like a co-op. That's why I would be, because that's the only way I see that we can build in the urban areas on old malls and other land that is underutilized, sort of like what the legislature has said for us to act towards, to put people where people live, like Lee Constantine talked about. This is an opportunity for actually increase the densities and actually create an environment that a transportation system could be created to support a higher density. Right now, we're just going out. We need to go up and make affordable. And we have to do something, because this county, we're losing our population in a sense, because young people can't live here anymore. I talked to one person paying $2,200 for a rental in Lakeland because they couldn't afford living here. And they're not working a high-paying job. That's the reality. The new apartment down on Magnolia is going for a flat over $1,600, and that's 2 years ago. God knows what it looks like. We have friends who are paying $2,800 for one-bedroom apartments in all the way off of Ivanhoe. I mean, I don't know how they do it, because I couldn't do it as a retired engineer. So it's much greater than my mortgage. We got to do something, because we're going to lose a whole population of young people living here because they can't afford to live here. And we old people probably don't want to go back to work yet.
Thank you. Member Portilla.
No.
Okay. Member O'Neill.
Mr. Chair, I need to recuse myself from this vote, as I may have a potential conflict of interest by possibly profiting from such a trust fund, because I do build affordable housing. So,
Thank you. So noted. There's a form you'll need to fill out with the staff to reflect that conflict. Please.
Now, are we required in our process to have committees have their discussions or hearings or whatever they decide to do, and then a recommendation comes to the full commission? To that point, did this come out of a committee? Is a committee studied?
Yes, at the end of our discussions on all three of these, we have to select chairs and committees.
Oh, so the motion then would be to refer it to a committee?
Correct.
Okay. Thank you for the clarification.
Member Callen.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Housing is, I think, one of the most important issues in the county right now. The charter, though, is supposed to be about process, not about results. Results come from the process. I would be inclined to have us consider, examine, evaluate, possibly recommend a process if it should be in the charter. Now, currently you have the Board of Zoning Adjustment in the charter. The Planning and Zoning Board is in the charter. So if we're going to make housing a priority in this county, there's other committees that exist in this county that deal with housing. There's ONIC, City of Orlando has some things. There's other items too as well. But I think we should have a committee to study that, to see if there is a process that would be better, if we determine to be better, to recommend to put in the charter to increase the emphasis and create a process by which the community can improve the housing stock in this county, both market rate, non-market rate. I don't think we can go into the charter reaching an end result with performance standards and such like that. Our goal should be, as the commission here, to talk about the importance of housing and consider what, if any, new commission or new board appointed by the commission would be appropriate for housing, who would report to it, how would it interface with the housing element comp plan, how would it interface with other items too as well. So I think housing is really interesting right now. I have some friends of mine that are developers in it. I have some friends of mine who are former developers who are actually in non-for-profit statewide now. I've been told by them that some of the activity last year is no longer valid. A lot of new housing product has come online in Orange County. There was a lag at the point in time. There was a perfect storm, so to speak. But still, we need to look at that. We need more housing units. It's been studied in 2018. So I think studying it's appropriate, but again, it has to be a procedure or a process we put in the charter if we think it would improve this situation. But I don't think we should just require certain results to occur or whatever. It has to be a procedure or process. And out of the procedure and process comes results.
Thank you. Member Grimer.
Yeah, just to respond to a couple of Tom's things there. I have a kind of a slightly different view of the charter, and I think the charter does reflect it's more than just process. There are statements of principles in the charter, what we stand for in Orange County and the things we believe in. And I think the inclusion of the Affordable Housing Trust Fund into the county charter does two things. One, along the lines, it shows we believe in the need for affordable housing in this community, and we want it to stand the test of time. And two, why I think we should talk about including in the charter is for the reasons I stated before, is that right now it's wholly within the discretion of the board. It is self-perpetuating unless the board revokes it, but they have the opportunity to do that, to vote for the dissolution of the Affordable Housing Trust Fund. This would remove the board's authority to do that and put it in the hands of the people who directly benefit from the creation of that affordable housing. And then also the funding. Like I said, in the current ordinance, only provide for the first 10 years of funding in the next 10 years of fiscal year. So this would provide a perpetual source of funding. And I think the way that Broward and Brevard have done it in a general sense, because I think Mr. Vost expressed to me some concern about telling the board exactly how they can spend the money and where to get it from. And Brevard is very general in the way it does that. Broward's a little more specific about where the money comes from. But to me, the charter is not just about process, it's about principle. And I think we should reflect that principle as a county.
Thank you. Are you ready for a motion, Mr. Grammer?
Yeah, Chair. I'd like to move to study the issue of a charter amendment that would incorporate the Affordable Housing Trust Fund into the county charter, and all associated housing issues. I mean, this is just one idea. Anyone who knows me knows that housing is one of the most important issues to me. So, like Tom mentioned, if there are processes around housing that can be improved, I think we should study those as well. Anything to increase the supply of housing in Orange County, and especially affordable housing. So, I don't know if this. I mean, maybe we're willing to open for discussion. If it should be a new committee, or I hate to pile on the other committee, but. Yeah, I don't have a particular.
Can we just get the motion first, and then we can decide?
Sure. So I'm going to make a motion just to study the issue without including in the motion what committee should. I'll make a motion to establish a new committee.
I'll second it.
And repeat your motion to establish a committee.
Yes, I'll make a motion to establish a new committee to study the incorporation of the Affordable Housing Trust Fund into the county charter, as well as all associated housing supply issues.
Would you mind reframing that to maybe drop the last part all?
Well, I want to keep it. I want to leave open the possibility that there could be other issues discussed by the committee that are associated with affordable housing and housing supply.
I think your committee was so efficient the last time because it was very targeted. But if we include all the houses that are built in Orange County, that might be pretty broad. So I'm just asking, would you mind just keeping it? You can do it any way you choose, but my recommendation is that you keep it to your initial.
I would consider amending the language. I do want to keep it more open-ended.
Okay. Your motion is?
I forgot now. I've said it so many times. I'd like to make a motion to establish a committee to study the incorporation of the Affordable Housing Trust Fund into the county charter, as well as any associated housing affordability issues.
We have a motion. Is there a second?
I'll second.
We have a motion and a second by Member Riley. Is there a discussion? Mrs. Weinberg. Member Weinberg.
Affordable housing is subjective. It comes at three levels: federal funding, state funding, and our commission funding that he's discussing. If we put it in our charter and define what it is and put term limits on it, our commission is married to that concept of affordable housing. The future affordable housing will change. We know now affordable housing is different today than it was 10 years ago. I'm opposing this.
Member Callen.
Yeah, the general tag on at the end, maybe instead of just housing issues, maybe workforce housing issues, which is the term people use to deal with non-market rate housing, market rate housing. Non-market rate housing incorporates 3 or 4, maybe probably 5 different buckets of different type of government subsidized housing. So I think calling it non-market rate or workforce housing would probably be helpful.
We have a motion and a second. The options, if I'm correct, is to ask for a friendly amendment to the motion, or to make a motion for an amendment and get a second and then a vote. So what's your pleasure?
Friendly amendment would be better.
Okay, your friendly amendment is to?
Just the last tag on, instead of just housing, be housing. The housing would be workforce housing and non-market rate housing.
And that, if that's acceptable by the maker and the second?
I'll amend the motion.
Amended and the seconder?
I'll second.
It's been a friendly amendment by the maker and the second. Any further discussion?
Can I call a question?
Question has been called. All in this discussion on the question.
Second on the call.
Call. The question has been second. Any discussion on the question? Seeing none, we'll call for a vote on the main motion. The main motion. Please, all in favor signify by aye. Aye. Anybody opposed signify by nay. We have one abstention, Member O'Neill. The motion carries.
A point, a question, I guess it is, first of all, is council available to all the committees as they meet?
Yes,
You're
sir.
there at all the committee meetings?
Yes, sir.
That would be, obviously, for the discussion we
Okay.
had tonight, important. And the second thing is just some suggestion, if I might, that the committee also talk to the Homelessness Services Network, which I have to serve on, which is the recipient of the federal HUD dollars, and be sure that we talk to any other funding source. I mean, also we need to, I think, talk to the County Housing Authority just to see. Somebody made the comment about the federal dollars and the state dollars and maybe local dollars, just so we understand that anything that we do could be supplemental to our efforts and not basically count against us in the funding formula with HUD or any other funding source that might be out there. Just advise for the committee to suggest that they at least bring in Homelessness Services Network /HUD, so we do things that are complementary in providing affordable housing and nothing that might jeopardize funding federal HUD. I'm not suggesting there is, but I'm suggesting we need to know there isn't.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. We have completed our agenda. We're now in the area of member discussion.
And Chairman, I'm so sorry, very, very quickly. I just wanted to, staff asked me to clarify for the record. So we had a vote to cut off debate, to call the question, and then we had a vote on the main motion. Yeah.
I got a little confused. I will vote no on the main motion.
I'll ask the clerk to correct it so that Member Weinsberg is recorded as a no vote. Member O'Neill is voted as an abstention. The motion still carries. Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Go ahead.
Just to ask if Orange County affordable housing person could come and speak to the group, maybe?
I can invite them
Yes, I mean to
to the committee.
Yeah, to the committee, because he has a lot of information. He has quite a bit of information about affordable housing. That's his project for the county, and perhaps he can give you some more ideas that you don't have. That's all.
Okay, thank you. In comments, just a few cleanup items.
Chair, excuse me. With the formation of this new committee, we will need a chair for the committee as well as members.
That's in the cleanup, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, under the new committee, is the chairman gets to appoint, the chairman gets to appoint chairman. Gets to appoint a chairman for the committee. My recommendation on the affordable housing is that Mr. Graham be the chair and it be added onto his committee. If he would accept that.
Yeah, I accept.
And my motion is that we add affordable housing motion to the to the charter cleanup committee. With Member Grimer as the chairman.
Here we go.
Is there a second?
Back from the dead. Charter cleanup.
Is there a second? Who was the seconder? Second. Okay, it's been moved and seconded by Chair and seconded by Member Callen.
Excuse me, Chair. We voted for a new committee. The vote was for a new committee to be formed, not to be added on to an existing committee.
Okay, I'm going to ask the maker to change the motion. We can do that. Okay?
Yeah, I mean,
Modify the motion. I'll make a new motion. I'll make a modify the motion. Here's what I'm trying to do. I know what previous boards have done. They've ended up with a committee for nearly every single item that came from public meetings. Now, if you all want to do that, I'm fine. We have 15 committees, each one of you chair a committee. But please, I would recommend that we not do that. We can if you choose, but my recommendation is that we not do that. If we want to build onto these committees, we can, but if I can put a stamp on this thing, we're not going to do it.
Yeah, I have no problem bringing back the charter cleanup. We're ready to go.
Okay, let's go.
We're excited.
So the motion, no. I think what staff is doing, staff is trying to get us to be correct with the clerk.
Yeah. So
The correct thing is to have a motion to amend the primary motion to exclude the committees, and then let the chair appoint it to a committee. And I'm going to ask you to make that as your.
Okay. I'll make a motion to amend my previous motion with regard to the affordable housing and to not create a new committee.
Correct. That's very simple. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Second.
There's been motion and second. Any discussion? Seeing none, all in favor signify by aye.
Aye.
The motion is carried. Then the chair goes back to his original motion. The original motion is that the abstain.
Yeah.
Record Neal is abstention. And then the chair would appoint Member Grimer as the chairman and add the Affordable Housing Trust Fund issues and related issues, according to the motion, to the Charter Cleanup Committee. Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded by Commissioner Wynn.
I was like, can I second my chairman?
Yes, second, I got it. Any discussion? I'm ready to get out of here.
Yeah.
Any discussion? No discussion. All in favor of the motion signify by aye. Aye. It's been carried unanimously. Thank you. Just one other cleanup item. We set up a governmental structure and separation of powers. Where was that placed? Angel, and that's under the expansion committee. Commission ain't good.
We'll come back at the next meeting with.
Okay, and then term limits and expansion was in what committee?
Also with Angels.
Okay. Now the final cleanup item on the discussion, and all members will have a chance to go and get into discussion. But Member Sicardo has suggested that we consider expansion of the boards and any members that would like to be added to any of the existing committees or the new committees. We're now open for motions for additional membership. Member O'Neill, please hit your button so I can call by the board. Member O'Neill.
I would like to be added to the governmental structure expansion term limit committee.
Okay, you want to make your own motion? No, we won't do that. Is there a motion to add Mr. O'Neill to that committee?
I'll make the motion.
Motion and seconded by Member Callen. Any discussion?
Chair, who is the mover?
Member Riley, seconded by Member Callen. Any discussion? Seeing none, all in favor signify by aye. Aye. Motion carries. And the second, any other nominations for standing on new committees? Mr. Cardo had mentioned he wanted to be on the committee.
Yeah, I want to be on the, my brain is getting. Initiative.
Okay, that's correct. No.
No, I'm not. I'm just noisy.
We need a motion to appoint Member Sicardo to the initiative. It's moved. And a second. Moved by Commissioner Bagger.
It's getting late.
And seconded by Member Grimer. Any questions? Discussion? Seeing none. All in favor signify by aye.
Aye.
The motion carries.
Chair, who is the mover?
Yeah.
Baga. All right. Thank you.
Mr. Chair,
I
if
always
I-
call him Ritzy to keep from getting embarrassed and pronouncing his last name.
And Chair, I would.
If I could be on the housing committee, that would be nice.
Okay, is there a motion to add Member Callen to the Housing Committee? Moved by Member Nguyen. Is there a second? Seconded by Member Arias. All in discussion? I know I'm going fast here, but seeing none, all in favor signify by aye. Aye. Any opposed by nay? The motion carries. Any other recommendations for committees? It's been moved that we go to Cracker Barrel on Dick's credit card.
Chair.
Second.
Chair Hardage.
I would.
Mr. Chair, we need a third member on the housing committee.
Chair
We need three
Hardage.
members on the housing committee.
3 members. How many do we have?
Excuse me, Chair Hardage. I just want to bring to the Commission's attention that all of the committees are now in even numbers. So expansion has gone up to 8 members, initiative is at 6 members, and charter cleanup is at 4. So all these committees are now sitting with even number.
I'm actually okay with that. Robert's rule says if there's an even vote, the vote lose.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say.
Pretty simple.
It's not the end of the world having
Pretty
even
simple.
numbered. It just means a motion fails if there's a tie.
Motion fails.
Can we adopt the school board model and give the chair 2 votes?
No. There was another motion. Just someone else had another comment.
I just have a comment. I just have a motion that we adjourn, that's all.
Yeah.
Wait, before we do that, I don't want to skip
Before
over
they eliminate the
member
office of the
comments.
sheriff.
If there are any other member comments, but first from staff, did I go over all the cleanup items?
Yes. I think you did.
Correct. Now we're in discussion from board members, open for discussion, no more than 2 minutes, 1 minute if possible.
Just an announcement, our next meeting, I think it's going to be on June 28th. Is that, you're working at 11 a.m.?
Okay.
June 28th.
And I asked...
The expansion, the government structure, the, what else are we covering? Term limits, and then as well as revising, looking at the terms of the charter commissions.
Now, I'm glad you brought that up. I'm going to ask, as you meet to discuss governmental structure, I'm going to ask legal staff if they will present that committee with a report of all the various changes that would have to be made to the charter in order to make that happen, so that we have that for the board when we discuss it. Because it's not just one thing to make that happen.
Thank you, Chairman. Can I suggest that they have some discussion of what it might be? Because there are a lot of different directions they could go.
Correct.
And some could be minor and some could be major, and you could go major at least 2 or 3 or 4 different ways. So going through all of that, I'd suggest they
in other words, you would prefer that they meet at least once?
that we ought to at least once and figure out which of many different directions they could potentially go, because the ambit of this is very broad. Okay. I'd be glad to when we've got a fair picture of what direction they might be looking to do that full analysis.
Thank you. We have a motion to adjourn. Second. Move second. No discussion needed. Meeting adjourned.
Sorry, I made the motion last second.